Delicious. Licorice and slippery elm herbal tea. This is part of my voice training, is to take care of my vocal cords. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I am your humble reader, Clifford Broadway. Very glad to have you here as we continue our ongoing Hobbit and Lord of the Rings readathon. This is our 11th straight day, 11 continuous days of reading The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings. This particular beautiful red tome that I have here is the special Houghton Mifflin Company combined edition of all the Lord of the Rings volumes. And I'm very proud of this because I have it autographed with personal messages from the entire cast and crew of the Lord of the Rings films. Yes, they're all here. There's Sala Baker, and he signed it Sauron the Deceiver. Let's see, there's Andy Serkis, Miranda Otto. Oh, Faramir, David Wenham, he's right here. Let's see, Brad Dourif, Wormtongue. And right here, Dominic Monaghan said, Cliff, be merry, you crazy horse. Love Dominic Monaghan. Who else? Look, Fran Walsh, Peter Jackson, and Philippa Boyens. There's Vigo, Mark Ordesky, Carl Urban, and there Ian McKellen drew a tiny little Gandalf picture for me, a little doodle. John Rhys Davies here at the top. It's crazy. The only people missing from autographing this volume are Sir Christopher Lee, may he rest in peace. I miss him very much. And the lovely Lady Galadriel, Kate Blanchett. I have to get her signature next. All right, let us continue now in The Two Towers. We're in The Two Towers, Book 4, which is the last half of The Two Towers. Chapter 7, Journey to the Crossroads. Frodo and Sam returned to their beds and lay there in silence, resting for a while men bestirred themselves and the business of the day began. After a while, water was brought to them, and then they were led to a table where food was set for 3. Faramir broke his fast with them. He had not slept since the battle on the day before, yet he did not look weary. When they had finished, they stood up. "May no hunger trouble you on the road," said Faramir. "You have little provision, but some small store of food, fit for travelers, I have ordered to be stowed in your packs. You will have no lack of water as you walk in Ithilien, but do not drink any stream that flows from the Imlad Morgul, the Valley of Living Death. This also I must tell you. My scouts and watchers have all returned, even some that have crept within sight of the Morannon. They all find a strange thing. The land is empty. Nothing is on the road, and no sound of foot or horn or bowstring is anywhere to be heard. A waiting silence broods above the nameless land. I do not know what this portends, but the time draws swiftly to some great conclusion. Storm is coming. Hasten while you may. If you are ready, let us go. The sun will soon rise above the shadow." The hobbits' packs were brought to them, a little heavier than they had been, and also 2 stout staves of polished wood, shod with iron and with carven heads, through which ran plated leathern thongs. "I have no fitting gifts to give you at our parting," said Faramir, "but take these staves. They may be of service to those who walk or climb in the wild. The men of the White Mountains use them, though these have been cut down to your height and newly shod. They are made from the fair tree Lebethron, beloved of the woodwrights of Gondor, and a virtue has been set upon them of finding and returning. May that virtue not wholly fail under the shadow into which you go." The hobbits bowed low. "Most gracious host," said Frodo, "it was said to me by Elrond Half-Elven that I should find friendship upon the way, secret and unlooked for. Certainly, I looked for no such friendship as you have shown. To have found it turns evil to great good." Now they made ready to depart. Gollum was brought out of some corner or hiding hole, and he seemed better pleased with himself than he had been, though he kept close to Frodo and avoided the glance of Faramir. "Your guide must be blindfolded," said Faramir, "but you and your servant Samwise I release from this, if you wish." Gollum squealed and squirmed and clutched at Frodo when they came to bind his eyes, and Frodo said, "Blindfold us all three and cover up my eyes first, and then perhaps he will see that no harm is meant." This was done, and they were led from the cave of Henneth Annwn. After they had passed the passages and stairs, they felt the cool morning air, fresh and sweet, about them. Still blind, they went on for some little time, up and then gently down. At last the voice of Faramir ordered them to be uncovered. They stood under the boughs of the woods again. No noise of the falls could be heard, for a long southward slope lay now between them and the ravine in which the stream flowed. To the west they could see light through the trees, as if the world came there to a sudden end, at a brink, looking out only onto sky. "Here is the last parting of our ways," said Faramir. "Excuse me. If you take my counsel, you will not turn eastward yet. Go straight on, for thus you will have the cover of the woodland for many miles. On your west is an edge where the land falls into the great vales, sometimes suddenly and sheer, sometimes in long hillsides. Keep near to this edge and the skirts of the forest. In the beginning of your journey you may walk under daylight, I think. The land dreams in false peace, and for a while all evil is withdrawn. Fare you well, while you may." He embraced the hobbits then, after the manner of his people, stooping, placing his hands upon their shoulders, and kissing their foreheads. "Go with the good will of all good men," he said. They bowed to the ground. Then he turned, and without looking back, he left them and went to his two guards that stood a little distance away. They marveled to see with what speed these green-clad men now moved, vanishing almost in the twinkling of an eye. The forest where Faramir had stood seemed empty and drear, as if a dream had passed. Frodo sighed and turned back southward. As if to mark his disregard of all such courtesy, Gollum was scrabbling in the mold at the foot of a tree. "Hungry again already," thought Sam. "Well, now for it again." "Have they gone at last?" said Gollum. "Nasty, wicked men. Smeagol's neck still hurts him. Yes, it does. Let's go." Yes, let's go," said Frodo. "But if you can only speak ill of those who showed you mercy, keep silent." "Nice master," said Gollum. "Smeagol was only joking. Always forgives. He does, yes, even nice master's little trickses. Oh, yes, nice master. Nice Smeagol." Frodo and Sam did not answer. Hoisting their packs and taking their staves in hand, they passed on into the woods of Ithilien. The sun rose and passed overhead, unseen, and began to sink, and the light through the trees to the west grew golden, and always they walked in cool green shadow, and all about them was silence. The birds seemed all to have flown away or to have fallen dumb. Darkness came early to the silent woods, and before the fall of night they halted, weary, for they had walked 7 leagues or more from Henneth Annwn. Frodo lay and slept away the night on the deep mold beneath an ancient tree. Sam, beside him, was more uneasy. He woke many times, but there was never a sign of Gollum, who had slipped off as soon as the others had settled to rest. Whether he had slept by himself in some hole nearby, or had wandered restlessly prowling through the night, he did not say, But he returned with the first glimmer of light and roused his companions. "Must get up. Yes, they must," he said. "Long ways to go still. South and east. Hobbits must make haste." That day passed much as the day before had gone, except that the silence seemed deeper, the air grew heavy, and it began to be stifling under the trees. It felt as if thunder was brewing. Gollum often paused, sniffing the air, and then he would mutter to himself and urge greater speed. As the third stage of their day's march drew on, and afternoon waned, the forest opened out and trees became larger and more scattered. Great ilexes of huge girth stood dark and solemn in wide glades, with here and there among them hoary ash trees, and giant oaks just putting out their brown-green buds. About them lay long lands of green grass, dappled with celandine and anemones, white and blue, now folded for sleep. And there were acres populous with the leaves of woodland hyacinths. Already their sleek bell stems were thrusting through the mold. No living creature, beast or bird, was to be seen. But in these open places Gollum grew afraid, and they walked now with caution, flitting from one long shadow to another. Light was fading fast when they came to the forest end. There they sat under an old gnarled oak tree that sent its roots twisting like snakes down a steep, crumbling bank. A deep, dim valley lay before them. On its further side, the woods gathered again, blue and gray under the sullen evening, and marched on southwards. To the right, the mountains of Gondor glowed, remote in the west, under a fire-flecked sky. To the left lay darkness, the towering walls of Mordor, and out of that darkness the long valley came, falling steeply in an ever-winding trough towards the Anduin. At its bottom ran a hurrying stream. Frodo could hear its stony voice coming up through the silence, and beside it, on the hither side, a road went winding down like a pale ribbon, down into chill gray mists that no gleam of sunset touched. There it seemed to Frodo that he descried far off, floating as it were on a shadowy sea, the high, dim tops and broken pinnacles of old towers, forlorn and dark. He turned to Gollum. "Do you know where we are?" he said. "Yes, master. Dangerous places. This is the road from the Tower of the Moon, master, down to the ruined city by the shores of the river." "The ruined city, yes. Very nasty place, full of enemies. We shouldn't have taken men's advice. Hobbits have come a long way out of the path. Must go east now, away up there." He waved his skinny arm towards the darkling mountains. "And we can't use this road. Oh no, cruel peoples come this way, down from the tower." Frodo looked down onto the road. At any rate, nothing was moving now. It appeared lonely and forsaken, running down to empty ruins in the mist. But there was an evil feeling in the air, as if things might indeed be passing up and down that eyes could not see. Frodo shuddered as he looked again at the distant pinnacles now dwindling into night, and the sound of the water seemed cold and cruel. The voice of Morgul Duin, the polluted stream that flowed from the Valley of the Wraiths. "What shall we do?" he said. "We have walked long and far. Shall we look for some place in the woods behind, where we can lie hidden?" "Oh, no good hiding in the dark," said Gollum. "It's in day that hobbits must hide now. Yes, in day." "Oh, come," said Sam. "We must rest for a bit. Even if we get up again in the middle of the night, there'll still be hours of dark then, time enough for you to take us a long march if you know the way." Gollum reluctantly agreed to this. and he turned back towards the trees, working eastward for a long while along the straggling edges of the wood. He would not rest on the ground so near the evil road, and after some debate they all climbed up into the crotch of a large holm oak, whose thick branches springing together from the trunk made a good hiding place and a fairly comfortable refuge. Night fell, and it grew altogether dark under the canopy of the tree. Frodo and Sam drank a little water and ate some bread and dried fruit, but Gollum at once curled up and went to sleep. The hobbits did not shut their eyes. It must have been a little after midnight when Gollum woke up. Suddenly they were aware of his pale eyes, unlidded, gleaming at them. He listened and sniffed, which seemed, as they had noticed before, his usual method of discovering the time of night. "Are we rested? Have we had some beautiful sleep?" he said. "Let's go." "We aren't and we haven't," growled Sam, "but we'll go if we must." Gollum dropped at once from the branches of the tree onto all fours, and the hobbits followed more slowly. As soon as they were down, they went on again with Gollum leading, eastwards up the dark sloping land. They could see little, for the night was now so deep that they were hardly aware of the stems of trees before they stumbled against them. The ground became more broken, and walking was more difficult, but Gollum seemed in no way troubled. He led them through the thickets and wastes of brambles, sometimes round the lip of a deep cleft or dark pit, sometimes down into black bush-shrouded hollows, and out again. But if ever they went a little downward, always the further slope was longer and steeper. They were climbing steadily. At their first halt, they looked back, and they could dimly perceive the roofs of the forest they had left behind, lying like a vast dense shadow, a darker night under the dark blank sky. There seemed to be a great blackness looming slowly out of the east, eating up the faint, blurred stars. Later, the sinking moon escaped from the pursuing cloud, but it was ringed all about with a sickly yellow glare. At last Gollum turned to the hobbits. "Day soon," he said. "Hobbits must hurry. Not safe to stay in the open in these places. Make haste." He quickened his pace, and they followed him wearily. Soon they began to climb up onto a great hogback of land. For the most part, it was covered with a thick growth of gorse and whortleberry and low, tough thorns, though here and there clearings opened, the scars of recent fires. The gorse bushes became more frequent as they got nearer the top. Very old and tall they were, gaunt and leggy below, but thick above, already putting out yellow flowers that glimmered in the gloom and gave a faint, sweet scent. So tall were the spiny thickets that the hobbits could walk upright under them, passing through long, dry aisles, carpeted with a deep, prickly mold. On the further edge of this broad hillback, they stayed their march and crawled for hiding underneath a tangled knot of thorns. Their twisted boughs, stooping to the ground, were overridden by a clambering maze of old briars. Deep inside there was a hollow hall, raftered with dead branch and bramble, and roofed with the first leaves of shoots of spring. There they lay for a while, too tired yet to eat, and peering out through the holes in the covert, they watched for the slow growth of day. But no day came, only a dead, brown twilight. In the east there was a dull red glare under the lowering cloud. It was not the red of dawn. Across the tumbled lands between, the mountains of the Ephel Duath frowned at them, black and shapeless below, where night lay thick and did not pass away. Above, with jagged tops and edges outlined hard and menacing against the fiery glow. Away to their right, a great shoulder of the mountain stood out, dark and black amid the shadows, thrusting westward. "Which way do we go from here?" asked Frodo. "Is that the opening of Of the Morgul Valley, away over there beyond that black mass? Need we think about it yet? Said Sam. Surely we're not going to move any more today, if day it is. Perhaps not, said Gollum, but we must go soon. To the crossroads. Yes, to the crossroads. That's the way over there, yes, master. The red glare over Mordor died away. The twilight deepened as great vapors rose in the east and crawled above them. Frodo and Sam took a little food and then lay down, but Gollum was restless. He would not eat any of their food, but he drank a little water and then crawled about under the bushes, sniffing and muttering. And then suddenly he disappeared. Off hunting, I suppose, said Sam and yawned. It was his turn to sleep first, and he was soon deep in a dream. He thought he was back in Bag End Garden, in the Back End Garden, looking for something, but he had a heavy pack on his back, which made him stoop. It all seemed very weedy and rank, somehow, and thorns and bracken were invading the beds down near the bottom hedge. A job of work for me, I can see, but I'm so tired, he kept on saying. Presently he remembered what he was looking for. My pipe, he said, and with that he woke up. Silly, he said to himself, as he opened his eyes and wondered why he was lying down under the hedge. It's in your pack all the time. Then he realized, first that the pipe might be in his pack, but he had no leaf, and next that he was hundreds of miles from Bag End. He sat up. It seemed to be almost dark. Why had his master let him sleep on out of turn, right on till evening? Haven't you had no sleep, Mr. Frodo? He said. What's the time? Seems to be getting late. No, it isn't, but the day is getting darker instead of lighter. Darker and darker. As far as I can tell, it isn't midday yet, and you've only slept for about 3 hours. I wonder what's up, said Sam. Is there a storm coming? If so, it's going to be the worst there ever was. We shall wish we were down a deep hole, not just stuck under a hedge. He listened. What's that? Thunder or drums? Or what is it? I don't know, said Frodo. It's been going on for a good while now. Sometimes the ground seems to tremble. Sometimes it seems to be the heavy air throbbing in your ears. Sam looked around. Where is Gollum? He said. Hasn't he come back yet? No, said Frodo. There's not been a sign or sound of him. Well, I can't abide him, said Sam. In fact, I've never taken anything on a journey that I'd have been less sorry to lose on the way. But it would be just like him, after coming all these miles, to go and get lost now, just when we shall need him the most. That is, if he's ever going to be of any use, which I doubt. You forget the marshes, said Frodo. I hope nothing has happened to him. And I hope he's up to no tricks. And anyway, I hope he doesn't fall into other hands, as you might say. Because if he does, we shall soon be in for trouble. At that moment, a rolling and rumbling noise was heard again, louder and now deeper. The ground seemed to quiver under their feet. I think we are in for trouble anyhow, said Frodo. I'm afraid our journey is drawing to an end. Maybe, said Sam, but where there's life, there's hope, as my gaffer used to say, and need of victuals, as he most ways used to add. You have a bite, Mr. Frodo, and then a bit of sleep. The afternoon, as Sam supposed it must be called, wore on. Looking out from the covert, he could see only a dun, shadowless world, fading slowly into a featureless, colorless gloom. It felt stifling, but not warm. Frodo slept unquietly, turning and tossing and sometimes murmuring. Twice Sam thought he heard him speaking Gandalf's name. The time seemed to drag interminably. Suddenly Sam heard a hiss behind him, and there was Gollum on all fours, peering at them with gleaming eyes. Wake up, sleepies, he whispered. Wake up, No time to lose. We must go. Yes, we must go at once. No time to lose. Sam stared at him suspiciously. He seemed frightened or excited. Go now? What's your little game? It isn't time yet. It can't be tea time even. Leastways not in decent places where there is a tea time. Silly, hissed Gollum. We're not in decent places. Time's running short. Yes, yes, running fast. No time to lose. We must go. Wake up, master, wake up. He clawed at Frodo, and Frodo, startled out of sleep, sat up suddenly and seized him by the arm. Gollum tore himself loose and backed away. They mustn't be silly, he hissed. We must go. No time to lose. And nothing more could they get out of him. Where he had been and what he thought was brewing to make him in such a hurry, he would not say. Sam was filled with deep suspicion, and showed it, but Frodo gave no sign of what was passing in his mind. He sighed, hoisted his pack, and prepared to go out into the ever-gathering darkness. Very stealthily, Gollum led them down the hillside, keeping under cover wherever it was possible, and running, almost bent to the ground, across any open space. But the light was now so dim that even a keen-eyed beast of the wild could scarcely have seen the hobbits, hooded in their grey cloaks, nor heard them, walking as warily as the little people can. Without the crack of a twig or the rustle of a leaf, they passed and vanished. For about an hour they went on, silently in single file, oppressed by the gloom and by the absolute stillness of the land, broken only now and again by the faint rumblings as of thunder far away or drum beats in some hollow of the hills. Down from their hiding place they went, and then turning south, they steered as straight a course as Gollum could find, across a long broken slope that leaned up towards the mountains. Presently, not far ahead, looming up like a black wall, they saw a belt of trees. As they drew nearer, they became aware that these were of vast size, very ancient it seemed, and still towering high, though their tops were gaunt and broken, as if tempest and lightning blast had swept across them, but had failed to kill them or to shake their fathomless roots. The crossroads, yes, whispered Gollum, the first words that had been spoken since they left their hiding place. We must go that way. Turning eastward now, he led them up the slope, and then suddenly there it was before them, the southward road, winding its way about the outer feet of the mountains until presently it plunged into the great ring of trees. This is the only way, whispered Gollum. No paths beyond the road, no paths. We must go to the crossroads. But make haste, be silent. As furtively as scouts within the encampment of their enemies, they crept down onto the road and stole along its westward edge under the stony bank, gray as the stones themselves, and soft-footed as hunting cats. At length they reached the trees and found that they stood in a great roofless ring, open in the middle to the somber sky. In the spaces between, their immense boles were like the great dark arches of some ruined hall. In the very center, four ways met. Behind them lay the road to the Moran, and before them it ran out again upon its journey south. To their right, the road from old Osgiliath came climbing up, and crossing, passed out eastward into darkness. The fourth way, the road they were to take. Standing there for a moment, filled with dread, Frodo became aware that a light was shining. He saw it glowing on Sam's face beside him. Turning towards it, he saw, beyond an arch of boughs, the road to Osgiliath running almost as straight as a stretched ribbon down into the west. There, far away, beyond sad Gondor, now everything seemed in shade. The sun was sinking, finding at last the hem of the great slow-rolling pall of cloud, and falling in an ominous fire towards the yet unsullied sea. The brief glow fell upon a huge, sitting figure, still and solemn as the great stone kings of Argonath. The years had gnawed it, and violent hands had maimed it. Its head was gone, and in its place was set in mockery a round, rough-hewn stone, rudely painted by savage hands in the likeness of a grinning face, with one large red eye in the midst of its forehead. Upon its knees and mighty chair, and all about the pedestal, were idle scrawls mixed with the foul symbols that the maggot folk of Mordor used. Suddenly, caught by the level beams, Frodo saw the old king's head. It was lying rolled away by the roadside. "Look, Sam!" he cried, startled into speech. "Look, the king has got a crown again." The eyes were hollow, and the carven beard was broken. But about the high stern forehead there was a coronal of silver and gold. A trailing plant with flowers like small white stars had bound itself across the brows, as if in reverence for the fallen king, and in the crevices of his stony hair yellow stonecrop gleamed. "They cannot conquer forever," said Frodo, and then suddenly the brief glimpse was gone, the sun dipped and vanished, and, as if at the shuttering of a lamp, black night fell. That's the end of Chapter 7. In just barely a moment, maybe 2 minutes, we will return with Chapter 8, The Stairs of Cirith Ungol. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Stay tuned. Ooh, Ooh, hello, hello, everybody. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. This is our ongoing Hobbit and Lord of the Rings live readathon. Continuing now with The Two Towers, Book 4, Chapter 8, The Stairs of Cirith Ungol. Gollum was tugging at Frodo's cloak and hissing with fear and impatience. "We must go," he said. "We mustn't stand here. Make haste." Reluctantly, Frodo turned his back on the west and followed as his guide led him, out into the darkness of the east. They left the ring of trees and crept along the road towards the mountains. This road, too, ran straight for a while, but soon it began to bend away southwards until it came right under the great shoulder of rock that they had seen from the distance. Black and forbidding it loomed above them, darker than the dark sky behind. Crawling under its shadow, the road went on, and rounding it, sprang east again, and began to climb steeply. Frodo and Sam were plodding along with heavy hearts, no longer able to care greatly about their peril. Frodo's head was bowed, his burden was dragging him down again. As soon as the great crossroads had been passed, the weight of it, almost forgotten in Ithilien, had begun to grow once more. Now, feeling the way become steep before his feet, he looked wearily up, and then he saw it, even as Gollum had said that he would. The city of the ring-wraiths. He cowered against the stony bank. A long-tilted valley, a deep gulf of shadow, ran back far into the mountains. Upon the further side, some way within the valley's arms, high on a rocky seat, upon the black knees of the Ethel Duath, stood the walls and the tower of Minas Morgul. All was dark about it, earth and sky, but it was lit with light, not the imprisoned moonlight welling through the marble walls of Minas Ithil long ago, tower of the moon, fair and radiant in the hollow of the hills. Paler indeed than the moon, ailing in some slow eclipse, was the light of it now, wavering and blowing like a noisome exhalation of decay, a corpse light, a light that illuminated nothing. In the walls and tower windows showed, like countless black holes looking inward into emptiness. But the topmost course of the tower revolved slowly, first one way and then another, a huge ghostly head leering into the night. For a moment, the three companions stood there, shrinking, staring up with unwilling eyes. Gollum was the first to recover. Again he pulled at their cloaks urgently, but he spoke no word. Almost he dragged them forward. Every step was reluctant, and time seemed to slow its pace, so that between the raising of a foot and the setting of it down, minutes of loathing passed. So they came slowly to the white bridge. Here, the road, gleaming faintly, passed over the stream in the midst of the valley, and went on, winding deviously up towards the city's gate, a black mouth opening in the outer circle of the northward walls. Wide flats lay on either bank, shadowy meads, filled with pale, pale white flowers. Luminous these were, too, beautiful, yet horrible of shape, like the demented forms in an uneasy dream, and they gave forth a faint, sickening charnel smell. An odor of rottenness filled the air. From mead to mead, the bridge sprang. Figures stood there at its head, carven with cunning, in forms human and bestial, but all corrupt and loathsome. The water flowing beneath was silent, and it steamed, but the vapor that rose from it curling and twisting about the bridge, was deadly cold. Frodo felt his senses reeling and his mind darkening. Then suddenly, as if some force were at work other than his own will, he began to hurry, trotting forward, his groping hands held out, his head lolling from side to side. Both Sam and Gollum ran after him. Sam caught his master in his arms as he stumbled and almost fell right on the threshold of the bridge. "Not that way. No, not that way," whispered Gollum. But the breath between his teeth seemed to tear the heavy stillness like a whistle, and he cowered to the ground in terror. "Hold up, Mr. Frodo," muttered Sam in Frodo's ear. "Come back. Not that way. Gollum says not, and for once I agree with him." Frodo passed his hand over his brow and wrenched his eyes away from the city on the hill. The luminous tower fascinated him, and he fought the desire that was on him to run up the gleaming road towards its gate. At last, with an effort, he turned back, and as he did so, he felt the ring resisting him, dragging at the chain about his neck, and his eyes, too, as he looked away, seemed for the moment to have been blinded. The darkness before him was impenetrable. Gollum, crawling on the ground like a frightened animal, was already vanishing into the gloom. Sam, supporting and guiding his stumbling master, followed after him as quickly as he could. Not far from the near bank of the stream, there was a gap in the stone wall beside the road. Through this they passed, and Sam saw that they were on a narrow path that gleamed faintly at first, as the main road did, until climbing above the meads of deadly flowers, it faded and went dark, winding its crooked way up into the northern sides of the valley. Along this path the hobbits trudged, side by side, unable to see Gollum in front of them, except when he turned back to beckon them on. Then his eyes shone with a green-white light, reflecting the noisome Morgul sheen, perhaps, or kindled by some answering mood within. Of that deadly gleam and of the dark eye-holes, Frodo and Sam were always conscious, ever glancing fearfully over their shoulders and ever dragging their eyes back to find the darkening path. Slowly, they labored on. As they rose above the stench and the vapors of the poisonous stream, their breath became easier and their heads clearer. But now their limbs were deadly tired, as if they had walked all night under a burden, or had been swimming long against a heavy tide of water. At last they could go no further without a halt. Frodo stopped and sat down on a stone. They had climbed up to the top of a great hump of bare rock. Ahead of them, there was a bay in the valley side, and around the head of this the path went on. No more than a wide ledge with a chasm on the right. Across the sheer southward face of the mountain, it crawled upwards until it disappeared into the blackness above. "I must rest a while, Sam," whispered Frodo. "It's heavy on me, Sam, lad, very heavy. I wonder how far I can carry it. Anyway, I must rest before we venture on to that." He pointed to the narrow way ahead. "Shh, shh," hissed Gollum, hurrying back to them. "Shh." His fingers were on his lips, and he shook his head urgently. Tugging at Frodo's sleeve, he pointed towards the path, but Frodo would not move. "Not yet," he said, "not yet." Weariness and more weariness oppressed him. It seemed as if a heavy spell was laid on his mind and body. "I must rest," he muttered. At this, Gollum's fear and agitation became so great that he spoke again, hissing behind his hand, as if to keep the sound from unseen listeners in the air. Not here, no, not rest here. Fools, eyes can see us. When they come to the bridge, they will see us. Come away, climb, climb, come. Come, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. He's right again. We can't stay here. All right, said Frodo in a remote voice, as of one speaking half asleep. I will try. Wearily he got to his feet. But it was too late. At that moment, the rock quivered and trembled beneath them. The great rumbling noise, louder than ever before, rolled in the ground and echoed in the mountains. Then, with searing suddenness, there came a great red flash. Far beyond the eastern mountains, it leapt into the sky and splashed the lowering clouds with crimson. In that valley of shadow and cold, deathly light, it seemed unbearably violent and fierce. Peaks of stone and ridges like notched knives sprang out and staring black against the uprushing flame and Gorgoroth. Then came a great crack of thunder, and Minas Morgul answered. There was a flare of livid lightnings, forks of blue flame springing up from the tower and from the encircling hills into the sullen clouds. The earth groaned, and out of the city there came a cry, mingled with harsh, high voices as of birds of prey, and the shrill neighing of horses wild with rage and fear. There came a rending screech, shivering, rising swiftly to a piercing pitch beyond the range of hearing. The hobbits wheeled around towards it and cast themselves down, holding their hands upon their ears. And the terrible cry ended, falling back through a long, sickening wail to silence. Frodo slowly raised his head. Across the narrow valley, now almost on a level with his eyes, the walls of the evil city stood, and its cavernous gate, shaped like an open mouth with gleaming teeth, was gaped wide, and out of the gate an army came. Excuse me. All that host was clad in sable, dark as the night. Against the wan walls and the luminous pavement of the road, Frodo could see them, small black figures in rank upon rank, marching swiftly and silently, passing outwards in an endless stream. Before them went a great cavalry of horsemen moving like ordered shadows, and at their head was one greater than all the rest, a rider, all black, save that on his hooded head he had a helm like a crown that flickered with a perilous light. Now he was drawing near the bridge below, and Frodo's staring eyes followed him, unable to wink or withdraw. Surely there was the Lord of the Nine Riders returned to earth to lead his ghastly host to battle. Here, yes, here indeed was the haggard king whose cold hand had smitten down the ring-bearer with his deadly knife. The old wound throbbed with pain, and a great chill spread towards Frodo's heart. Even as these thoughts pierced him with dread and held him bound with a spell, the rider halted suddenly, right before the entrance of the bridge, and behind him all the host stood still. There was a pause, a dead silence. Maybe it was the ring that called to the Wraith Lord, and for a moment he was troubled, sensing some other power within his valley. This way and that he turned the dark head. This way and that turned the dark head, helmed and crowned with fear, sweeping the shadows with its unseen eyes. Frodo waited like a bird at the approach of a snake, unable to move. And as he waited, he felt more urgent than ever before the command that he should put on the ring. But great as the pressure was, he felt no inclination now to yield to it. He knew that the ring would only betray him, and that he had not, even if he had put it on, the power to face the Morgul king. Not yet. There was no longer any answer to that command in his own will, dismayed by terror though it was, and he felt only the beating upon him of a great power from outside. It took his hand, and as Frodo watched with his mind, not willing it, but in suspense, as if he looked on some old story far away, it moved the hand inch by inch towards the chain upon his neck. Then his own will stirred. Slowly it forced the hand back and set it to find another thing, a thing lying hidden near his breast. Cold and hard it seemed as his grip closed on it, the phial of Galadriel. So long treasured, and almost forgotten till that hour, as he touched it, for a while all thought of the ring was banished from his mind. He sighed and bent his head. At that moment the Wraith King turned and spurred his horse and rode across the bridge, and all his dark host followed him. Maybe the elven hoods defied his unseen eyes, and the mind of his small enemy, being strengthened, had turned aside his thought. But he was in haste. Already the hour had struck, and at his great master's bidding he must march with war into the west. Soon he passed, like a shadow into shadow, down the winding road, and behind him still the black ranks crossed the bridge. So great an army had never issued from that vale since the days of Isildur's might. No host so fell and strong in arms had yet assailed the fords of Anduin. And yet it was but one, and not the greatest of the hosts, that Mordor now sent forth. Frodo stirred, and suddenly his heart went out to Faramir. The storm has burst at last, he thought. This great array of spears and swords is going to Osgiliath. Will Faramir get across in time? He guessed it, but did he know the hour? And who can now hold the fords when the King of the Nine Riders comes? And other armies will come. I am too late. All is lost. I tarried on the way. All is lost. Even if my errand is performed, no one will ever know. There will be no one I can tell. It will be in vain. Overcome with weakness, he wept, and still the host of Morgul crossed the bridge. Then, at a great distance, as if it came out of memories of the Shire, some sunlit early morning, when the day called and the doors were opening, he heard Sam's voice speaking. "Wake up, Mr. Frodo, wake up." Had the voice added, "Your breakfast is ready," he would hardly have been surprised. Certainly Sam was urgent. "Wake up, Mr. Frodo." "They're gone," he said. There was a dull clang. The gates of Minas Morgul had closed. The last rank of spears had vanished down the road. The tower still grinned across the valley, but the light was fading in it. The whole city was falling back into a dark, brooding shade and silence. Yet still it was filled with watchfulness. "Wake up, Mr. Frodo. They're gone, and we'd better go too. There's something still alive in that place, something with eyes or a seeing mind, if you take me. And the longer we stay in one spot, the sooner it will get on to us. Come on, Mr. Frodo." Frodo raised his head and then stood up. Despair had not left him, but the weakness had passed. He even smiled grimly, feeling now as clearly as a moment before. He had felt the opposite, that what he had to do if he could. And that whether Faramir or Aragorn or Elrond or Galadriel or Gandalf or anyone else ever knew about it was beside the purpose. He took his staff in one hand and the phial in his other. When he saw that the clear light was already welling through his fingers, he thrust it into his bosom and held it against his heart. Then turning from the city of Morgul, now no more than a gray glimmer across a dark gulf, He prepared to take the upward road. Gollum, it seemed, had crawled off along the ledge into the darkness beyond, when the gates of Minas Morgul opened, leaving the hobbits where they lay. He now came creeping back, his teeth chattering and his fingers snapping. "Foolish, silly," he hissed. "Make haste. They mustn't think that danger has passed. It hasn't. Make haste." They did not answer, but they followed him on to the climbing ledge. It was little to the liking of either of them, not even after facing so many other perils, but it did not last long. Soon the path reached a rounded angle where the mountainside swelled out again, and there it suddenly entered a narrow opening in the rock. They had come to the first stair that Gollum had spoken of. The darkness was almost complete, and they could see nothing much beyond their hands' stretch. But Gollum's eyes shone pale, several feet above, as he turned back towards them. "Careful," he whispered. "Steps, lots of steps. Must be careful." Care was certainly needed. Frodo and Sam at first felt easier, having now a wall on either side. But the stairway was almost as steep as a ladder, and as they climbed up and up, they became more and more aware of the long black fall behind them. And the steps were narrow, spaced unevenly, and often treacherous. They were worn and smooth at the edges, and some were broken, and some cracked as a foot was set upon them. The hobbits struggled on, until at last they were clinging with desperate fingers to the steps ahead, and forcing their aching knees to bend and straighten, and ever, as the stair cut its way deeper into the sheer mountain, the rocky walls rose higher and higher above their heads. At length, just as they felt they could endure no more, they saw Gollum's eyes peering down at them again. "We're up," he whispered. "First stairs past. Clever hobbits to climb so high. Very clever hobbits. Just a few more little steps, and that's all, yes." Dizzy and very tired, Sam and Frodo, following him, crawled up the last step and sat down, rubbing their legs and knees. They were in a deep, dark passage that seemed still to go up before them, though at a gentler slope and without steps. Gollum did not let them rest long. "There's another stair still," he said. "Much longer stair. Rest when we get to the top of next stair. Not yet." Sam groaned. "Longer, did you say?" he asked. "Yes, yes, longer," said Gollum, "but not so difficult. Hobbits have climbed the straight stair. Now comes the winding stair." "And what after that?" said Sam. "We shall see," said Gollum softly. "Oh, yes, we shall see." "I thought you said there was a tunnel," said Sam. "Isn't there a tunnel or something to go through?" "Oh, yes, there is a tunnel," said Gollum, "but hobbits can rest before they try that. If they get through that, they'll be nearly at the top, very nearly, if they get through, oh, yes." Frodo shivered. The climb had made him sweat, but now he felt cold and clammy, and there was a chill draught in the dark passage, blowing down from the invisible heights above. He got up and shook himself. "Well, let's go on," he said. "This is no place to sit in." The passage seemed to go on for miles, and always the chill air flowed over them, rising as they went on to a bitter wind. The mountains seemed to be trying with their deadly breath to daunt them, to turn them back from the secrets of the high places, or to blow them away into the darkness behind. They only knew that they had come to the end, when suddenly they felt no wall at their right hand. They could see very little. Great black, shapeless masses and deep gray shadows loomed above them and about them. But now and again a dull red light flickered up under the lowering clouds, and for a moment they were aware of tall peaks in front and on either side, like pillars holding up a vast, sagging roof. They seemed to have climbed up many hundreds of feet onto a wide shelf. A cliff was on their left and a chasm on their right. Gollum led the way close under the cliff. For the present, they were no longer climbing, but the ground was now more broken and dangerous in the dark, and there were blocks and lumps of fallen stone in the way. Their going was slow and cautious. How many hours had passed since they had entered the Morgul Vale, neither Sam nor Frodo could any longer guess. The night seemed endless. At length, they were once more aware of a wall looming up, and once more a stairway opened before them. Again they halted, and again they began to climb. It was a long and weary ascent, but this stairway did not delve into the mountainside. Here the huge cliff face sloped backwards, and the path, like a snake, wound to and fro across it. At one point it crawled sideways right to the edge of the dark chasm, and Frodo, glancing down, saw below him, as a vast deep pit, the great ravine at the head of the Morgul Valley. Down in its depths glimmered a glowworm thread. Down in its depths glimmered like a glowworm thread the Wraith Road from the Dead City to the Nameless Pass. He turned hastily away. Still on, and up the stairway bent and crawled, until at last, with a final flight, short and straight, it climbed out again onto another level. The path had veered away from the main pass in the great ravine, and it now followed its own perilous course at the bottom of a lesser cleft among the higher regions of the Fel Duath. Dimly, the hobbits could discern tall piers and jagged pinnacles of stone on either side, between which were great crevices and fissures blacker than the night, where forgotten winters had gnawed and carved the sunless stone. And now the red light in the sky seemed stronger, though they could not tell whether a dreadful morning were indeed coming to this place of shadow, or whether they saw only the flame of some great violence of Sauron in the torment of Gorgoroth beyond. Still far ahead, and still high above, Frodo, looking up, saw, as he guessed, the very crown of this bitter road. Against the sullen redness of the eastern sky, a cleft was outlined on the topmost ridge, narrow, deep cloven, between two black shoulders, and on either shoulder was a horn of stone. He paused and looked more attentively. The horn upon the left was tall and slender, and in it burned a red light, or else the red light in the land beyond was shining through a hole. He saw now it was a black tower poised above the outer pass. He touched Sam's arm and pointed. "I don't like the look of that," said Sam. "So this secret way of yours is guarded after all," he growled, turning to Gollum. "As you knew all along, I suppose." "All ways are watched." "Yes," said Gollum. "Of course they are, but hobbits must try some way. This may be least watched. Perhaps they've all gone away to a big battle, perhaps." "Perhaps," grunted Sam. "Well, it still seems a long way off, and a long way up before we get there. And there's still the tunnel. I thought you ought to rest now, Mr. Frodo. I don't know what time of day or night it is, but we've kept going for hours and hours." "Yes. Oh, yes, we must rest," said Frodo. "Let us find some corner out of the wind and gather our strength for the last lap." For so he felt it to be. The terrors of the land beyond, and the deed to be done there, seemed remote, too far off yet to trouble him. All his mind was bent on getting through or over this impenetrable wall and guard. If once he could do that impossible thing, then somehow the errand would be accomplished, or so it seemed to him in that dark hour of weariness, still laboring in the stony shadows under Cirith Ungol. In a dark crevice between two great piers of rock they sat down, Frodo and Sam a little way within, and Gollum crouched upon the ground near the opening. There the hobbits took what they expected would be their last meal before they went down into the nameless land. Maybe the last meal they would ever eat together. Some of the food of Gondor they ate, and wafers of the way bread of the elves, and they drank a little, and they drank a little, and they drank a little. Mm. Mm. But of their water they were sparing and took only enough to moisten their dry mouths. I wonder when we'll find water again, said Sam. But I don't suppose even over there they drink? Orcs drink, don't they? Yes, they drink, said Frodo, but do not let us speak of that. Such drink is not for us. Then all the more need to fill our bottles, said Sam. But there isn't any water up here. Not a sound or a trickle have I heard. And anyway, Faramir said that we were not to drink any water in Morgul. No water flowing out of Imlad Morgul were his words, said Frodo. We are not in that valley now, and if we came on a spring, it would be flowing into it and not out of it. I wouldn't trust it, said Sam, not till I was dying of thirst. There's a wicked feeling about this place, he sniffed. And I smell, and a smell, I fancy. Did you notice it? A queer kind of smell, stuffy. I don't like it. I don't like anything here at all, said Frodo. Step or stone, breath or bone. Earth, air, and water all seem accursed. But so our path is laid. Yes, that's so, said Sam. And we shouldn't be here at all if we'd known more about it before we started. But I suppose it's often that way. The brave things in the old tales and songs, Mr. Frodo. Adventures, as I used to call them. I used to think that they were things the wonderful folk of the stories went out and looked for because they wanted them, because they were exciting and life was a bit dull, a kind of a sport, as you might say. But that's not the way of it with the tales that really mattered, or the ones that stay in the mind. Folk seem to have been just landed in them, usually. Their paths were laid that way, as you put it. But I expect they had lots of chances like us of turning back, only they didn't. And if they had, we shouldn't know, because they'd have been forgotten. We hear about those as just went on, and not all to a good end, mind you, at least not to what folk inside a story, and not outside it, would call a good end. You know, coming home and finding things all right, though not quite the same. Like old Mr. Bilbo. But those aren't always the best tales to hear, though they may be the best tales to get landed in. I wonder what sort of a tale we've fallen into. I wonder, said Frodo, but I don't know. And that's the way of a real tale. Take any one that you're fond of. You may know or guess what kind of a tale it is, a happy ending or sad ending, but the people in it don't know. And you don't want them to. Oh, no, sir, of course not. Beren, now, he never thought he was going to get that Silmaril from the Iron Crown in Thangorodrim, and yet he did. And that was a worse place and a blacker danger than ours. But that's a long tale, of course, and goes on past the happiness and into grief and beyond it. And the Silmaril went on and came to Erindil. And why, sir, I had never thought of that before. You've got some of the light of it in that star glass that the lady gave you. Why, to think of it, we're in the same tale still. It's going on. Don't the great tales never end? No, they never end as tales, said Frodo. But the people in them come and go when their part's ended. Our part will end later, or sooner. And then we can have some rest and some sleep, said Sam. He laughed grimly. And I mean just that, Mr. Frodo. I mean plain, ordinary rest and sleep and waking up to a morning's work in the garden. I'm afraid that's all I'm hoping for all the time. All the big important plans are not for my sort. Still, I wonder if we shall ever be put into songs or tales? We're in one, of course, but I mean, put into words. You know, told by the fireside or read out of a great big book with red and black letters, years and years afterwards. And people will say, let's hear about Frodo and the Ring. And they'll say, yes, that's one of my favorite stories. Frodo was very brave, wasn't he, Dad? Yes, my boy, the most famousest of the hobbits. And that's saying a lot. It's saying a lot too much, said Frodo, and he laughed, a long, clear laugh from his heart. Such a sound had not been heard in those places since Sauron came to Middle-earth. To Sam, suddenly it seemed as if all the stones were listening and the tall rocks leaning over them. But Frodo did not heed them. He laughed again. Why, Sam, he said, to hear you somehow makes me as merry as if the story was already written. But you've left out one of the chief characters. Samwise the Stout-Hearted. I want to hear more about Sam, Dad. Why didn't they put in more of his talk, Dad? That's what I like. It makes me laugh. And Frodo wouldn't have got far without Sam. Would he, Dad? Now, Mr. Frodo, said Sam, you shouldn't make fun. I was serious. So was I, said Frodo, and so I am. We're going on a bit too fast. You and I, Sam, are still stuck in the worst places of the story, and it is all too likely that some will say at this point, shut the book now, Dad, and we don't want to read any more. Maybe, said Sam, but I wouldn't be one to say that. Things done over and over and made into part of the great tales are different. Why, even Gollum might be good in a tale, better than he is to have by you anyway. And he used to like tales himself once by his own account. I wonder if he thinks he's the hero or the villain. Gollum, he called, would you like to be the hero? Now, where's he got to again? There was no sign of him at the mouth of their shelter, nor in the shadows near. He had refused their food, though he had, as usual, accepted a mouthful of water. And then he had seemed to curl up for sleep. They had supposed that one at any rate of his objects in his long absence the day before had been to hunt for food to his own liking. And now he had evidently slipped off again while they talked. But what for this time? I don't like his sneaking off without saying, said Sam, and least of all now. He can't be looking for food up here, and not unless there's some kind of rock he fancies. Why, there isn't even a bit of moss. It's no good worrying about him now, said Frodo. We couldn't have got far, not even within sight of the pass, without him. And so we'll have to put up with his ways. If he's false, he's false. All the same, I'd rather have him under my eye, said Sam. All the more so if he's false. Do you remember, he never would say if this pass was guarded or no? And now we see a tower there, and it may be deserted and maybe not. Do you think he's gone to fetch them? Orcs or whatever they are? No. No, I don't think so, answered Frodo. Even if he's up to some wickedness, and I suppose that's not unlikely, I don't think it's that. Not to fetch orcs or any servants of the enemy. Why wait till now and go through all of the labor of the climb and come so near the land he fears? He could probably have betrayed us to orcs many times since we met him. No, if it's anything, it will be some little private trick of his own that he thinks is quite secret. Well, I suppose you're right, Mr. Frodo, said Sam. Not that it comforts me mightily. I don't make no mistake. I don't doubt that he'd hand me over to orcs as gladly as kiss his hand. I don't think Ugh. I don't doubt he'd hand me, excuse me. I don't doubt he'd hand me over to the orcs as gladly as kiss his hand, but I was forgetting. His precious. No, I suppose the whole time it's been the precious for poor Smeagol. That's the one idea in all his little schemes, if he has any. But how bringing us up here will help him in that is more than I can guess. Very likely he can't guess himself, said Frodo, and I don't think he's got just one plain scheme in his muddled head. I think he really is, in part, trying to save the precious from the enemy as long as he can, for that would be the last disaster for himself, too, if the enemy got it. And, in the other part, perhaps, he's just biding his time and waiting on chance. Yes, Slinker and Stinker, as I've said before, said Sam, but the nearer they get to the enemy's land, the more like Stinker Slinker will get. Mark my words, if ever we get to the pass, he won't let us really take the precious thing over the border without making some kind of trouble. We haven't got there yet, said Frodo. No, but we'd better keep our eyes skinned till we do. If we're caught napping, Stinker will come out on top pretty quick. Not but what it would be safe for you to have a wink now, master. Safe if you lay close to me. I'd be dearly glad to see you have a sleep. I'd keep watch over you anyway. If you lay near, with my arm around you, no one could come pawing you without your Sam knowing it. Sleep, said Frodo, and sighed, as if out of a desert he had seen a mirage of cool green. Yes, even here I could sleep. Sleep then, master. Lay your head on my lap. And so Gollum found them hours later when he returned, crawling and creeping down the path out of the gloom ahead. Sam sat prop against a stone, his head dropping sideways and his breathing heavy. In his lap lay Frodo's head, drowned deep in sleep. Upon his white forehead lay one of Sam's brown hands, and the other lay softly upon his master's breast. Peace was in both their faces. Gollum looked at them. A strange expression passed over his lean, hungry face. The gleam faded from his eyes, and they went dim and gray, old and tired. A spasm of pain seemed to twist him, and he turned away, peering back up towards the pass, shaking his head as if engaged in some interior debate. Then he came back, and slowly putting out a trembling hand, very cautiously, he touched Frodo's knee. But almost the touch was a caress. For a fleeting moment, could one of the sleepers have seen him? Or they would have thought that they would... Let me try that again, ladies and gentlemen, one moment. Excuse me. For a fleeting moment, could one of the sleepers have seen him, they would have thought that they beheld an old, weary hobbit, shrunken by the years that had carried him far beyond his time, beyond friends and kin, and the fields and streams of youth, an old, starved, pitiable thing. But at that touch, Frodo stirred and cried out softly in his sleep, and immediately Sam was wide awake. The first thing that he saw was Gollum pawing at Master, as he thought. "Hey, you!" he said roughly. "What are you up to?" "Nothing, nothing," said Gollum softly. "Nice, Master." "I dare say," said Sam. "But where have you been off to? Where have you been to, sneaking off and sneaking back, you old villain?" Gollum withdrew himself, and a green glint flickered under his heavy lids. Almost spider-like he looked now, crouched back on his bent limbs, with his protruding eyes. The fleeting moment had passed beyond recall. "Sneaking? Sneaking?" he hissed. "Hobbits always so polite. Oh, nice hobbits, Smeagol brings them up secret ways that nobody else could find. Tired he is, thirsty he is, yes, thirsty. And he guides them and he searches for paths, and they say sneak. Sneak? Very nice friends, oh my precious, very nice. Sam felt a bit remorseful, though not more trustful. Sorry, he said. I'm sorry, but you startled me out of my sleep. And I shouldn't have been sleeping, and that made me a bit sharp. But Mr. Frodo, he's that tired. I asked him to have a wink, and, well, that's how it is. Sorry. But where have you been to? Sneaking, said Gollum, and the green glint did not leave his eyes. Oh, very well, said Sam. Have it your own way. I don't suppose it's so far from the truth. And now we'd better all be sneaking along together. What's the time? Is it today or is it tomorrow? It's tomorrow, said Gollum, or this was tomorrow when hobbits went to sleep. Very foolish, very dangerous. If poor Smeagol wasn't sneaking about to watch. I think we shall get tired of that word soon, said Sam. But never mind, I'll wake Master up. Gently, he smoothed the hair back from Frodo's brow, and bending down, spoke softly to him. Wake up, Mr. Frodo, wake up. Frodo stirred and opened his eyes and smiled, seeing Sam's face bending over him. Calling me early, aren't you, Sam? He said. It's dark still. Yes, it's always dark here, said Sam. But Gollum's come back, Mr. Frodo, and he says it's tomorrow. So we must be walking on. The last lap. Frodo drew a deep breath and sat up. The last lap, he said. Hello, Smeagol. Found any food? Have you had any rest? No food, no rest, nothing for Smeagol, said Gollum. He's a sneak. Gollum clicked his tongue, but restrained himself. Don't take names to yourself, Smeagol, said Frodo. It's unwise, whether they are true or false. Smeagol has to take what's given him, answered Gollum. He was given that name by kind Master Samwise, the hobbit that knows so much. Frodo looked at Sam. Yes, sir, he said, I did use the word, waking up out of my sleep sudden and all, and finding him at hand. I said I was sorry, but I soon shan't be. Come on, come. Let it pass, then, said Frodo. But now we seem to have come to the point, you and I, Smeagol. Tell me, can we find the rest of the way by ourselves? We're in sight of the pass, of a way in, and if we can find it now, then I suppose our arrangement can be said to be over? You have done what you promised, and you're free. Free to go back to food and rest wherever you wish to go, except to the servants of the enemy. And one day I may reward you, I or those that remember me. No, not yet, Gollum whined. Oh, no, they can't find the way themselves, can they? Oh, no, indeed. There's the tunnel coming. Smeagol must go on. No rest, no food. Not yet. That's the end of chapter 8. The end of the Stairs of Cirith Ungol. In a very short moment, I will return with chapter 9, Shelob's Lair. And then after that, ladies and gentlemen, we will have our guest reader, Sean Astin. He will be joining us in just a few moments after Shelob's Lair, and he will read the choices of Master Samwise. Stay tuned. We'll be right back with our ongoing Lord of the Rings readathon. Please, if you're talking to friends about this and telling the Twitterverse, go right ahead and use hashtag LOTR Live Read. Thanks. We'll be right back. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. Again, a little bit of housekeeping. This is Shop XSN, the online geek shopping network that has all the coolest geek merchandise and cool creative comic books and toys, collectibles, and sculptures and all kinds of fun cosplay stuff and beautiful designer jewelry for all the geeks out there. So thank you to the hard-working team here at the XSN network. Thank you, everyone, for helping us out, guys. It's been a big crew and quite a big effort. We are ready now to continue with our Lord of the Rings readathon. This is The Two Towers, Book 4, Chapter 9, Shelob's Lair. It may indeed have been daytime now, as Gollum said, but the hobbits could see little difference, unless, perhaps, the heavy sky above was less utterly black, more like a great roof of smoke, while instead of the darkness of deep night, which lingered still in cracks and holes, a gray blurring shadow shrouded the stony world about them. They passed on, Gollum in front, and the hobbits now side by side, up the long ravine between the piers and the columns of torn and weathered rock, standing like huge, unshapen statues on either hand. There was no sound. Some way ahead, a mile or so perhaps, was a great gray wall, a last huge upthrusting mass of mountain stone. Darker it loomed, and steadily it rose as they approached, until it towered up high above them, shutting out the view of all that lay beyond. Deep shadow lay before its feet. Sam sniffed the air. Ugh, that smell, he said. It's getting stronger and stronger. Presently, they were under the shadow, and there in the midst of it, they saw the opening of a cave. This is the way in, said Gollum softly. This is the entrance to the tunnel. He did not speak its name. Torech Ungol, Shelob's lair. Out of it came a stench, not the sickly odor of decay in the meads of Morgul, but a foul reek, as if filth unnameable were piled and hoarded in the dark within. Is this the only way, Smeagol? Said Frodo. Yes, yes, he answered. Yes, we must go this way now. Do you mean to say you've been through this hole? Said Sam. Phew! But perhaps you don't mind bad smells. Gollum's eyes glinted. He doesn't know what we mind, does he, precious? No, he doesn't. But Smeagol can bear things. Yes, he's been through. Oh, yes, right through. It's the only way. And what makes the smell, I wonder, said Sam. It's like, well, I wouldn't like to say, some beastly hole of the orcs, I'll warrant, with 100 years of their filth in it. Well, said Frodo, orcs or no, if it's the only way, we must take it. Drawing a deep breath, they passed inside. In a few steps, they were in utter and impenetrable dark. Not since the lightless passages of Moria had Frodo or Sam known such darkness, and if possible, here it was deeper and denser. There were airs moving and echoes and a sense of space. Here the air was still, stagnant, heavy, and sound fell dead. They walked as it were in a black vapor, wrought of veritable darkness itself, that, as it was breathed, brought blindness not only to the eyes, but to the mind, so that even the memory of colors and of forms and of any light faded out of thought. Night had always been, and always would be, and night was all. But for a while, they could still feel and indeed the senses of their feet and fingers at first seemed sharpened almost painfully. The walls felt, to their surprise, smooth, and the floor, save for a step now and again, was straight and even, going ever up to the same stiff slope. The tunnel was high and wide, so wide that, though the hobbits walked abreast, only touching the side walls with their outstretched hands, they were separated, cut off alone in the darkness. Gollum had gone in first and seemed to be only a few steps ahead. While they were still able to give heed to such things, they could hear his breath hissing and gasping just in front of them. But after a time their senses became duller, both touch and hearing seemed to grow numb, and they kept on, groping, walking on, mainly by the force of will with which they had entered. Will to go through, and desire to come at last to the high gate beyond. But before they had gone very far, perhaps, but time and distance soon passed out of reckoning, Sam, on the right, feeling the wall, was aware that there was an opening at the side. For a moment, he caught a faint breath of some air less heavy, and then he passed it by. "There's more than one passage here," he whispered with an effort. It seemed hard to make his breath give any sound. "It's as orc-like a place as ever there could be." After that, first he on the right and then Frodo on the left, passed 3 or 4 such openings, some wider, some smaller. But there was as yet no doubt of the main way, for it was straight, and it did not turn, and still went steadily up. But how long was it? How much more of this would they have to endure, or could they endure? The breathlessness of the air was growing as they climbed, and now they seemed often, in the blind dark, to sense some resistance thicker than the foul air. As they thrust forward, they felt things brush against their heads or against their hands, long tentacles or hanging growth, perhaps. They could not tell what they were. And still, the stench grew. It grew until almost it seemed to them that the smell was the only clear sense left to them, and that was for their torment. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours? How many had they passed in this lightless hole? Hours, days, weeks, rather? Sam left the tunnel side and shrank towards Frodo, and their hands met and clasped, and so together they still went on. At length, Frodo, groping along the left-hand wall, came suddenly to a void. Almost he fell sideways into the emptiness. Here was some opening in the rock, far wider than any they had yet passed, and out of it came a reek so foul and a sense of lurking malice so intense that Frodo reeled, and at that moment Sam too lurched and fell forwards. Fighting off both the sickness and the fear, Frodo gripped Sam's hand. "Up," he said in a hoarse breath without voice. "It all comes from here, the stench and the peril. Now for it, quick!" Calling up his remaining strength and resolution, he dragged Sam to his feet and forced his own limbs to move. Sam stumbled beside him, 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, at last 6 steps. Maybe they had passed the dreadful unseen opening, but whether that was so or not. Suddenly it was easier to move, as if some hostile will, for the moment, had released them. They struggled on, still, hand in hand. But almost at once, they came to a new difficulty. The tunnel forked, or so it seemed, and in the dark they could not tell which was the wider way, or which kept nearer to the straight. Which should they take, the left or the right? They knew of nothing to guide them, yet a false voice would, excuse me, They knew of nothing to guide them, yet a false choice would almost certainly be fatal. "Which way has Gollum gone?" panted Sam, "and why didn't he wait?" "Smeagol," said Frodo, trying to call. "Smeagol!" But his voice croaked, and the name fell dead almost as it left his lips. There was no answer, not an echo, not even a tremor of the air. "He's really gone this time, I fancy," muttered Sam. "I guess this is just exactly where he meant to bring us. Gollum, if I ever lay hands on you again, you'll be sorry for it." Presently, groping and fumbling in the dark, they found that the opening on the left was blocked. Either it was a blind, or else some great stone had fallen in the passage. "No, this can't be the way," Frodo whispered. "Right or wrong, we must take the other." "And quick," Sam panted. "There's something worse than Gollum about. I can feel something looking at us." They had not gone more than a few yards when from behind them came a sound, startling and horrible in the heavy, padded silence. A gurgling, bubbling noise and a long, venomous hiss. They wheeled round, but nothing could be seen. Still as stones they stood, staring, waiting, for they did not know what. "It's a trap," said Sam, and he laid his hand upon the hilt of his sword, and as he did so, he thought of the darkness of the barrow whence it came. "I wish old Tom was near us now," he thought. Then as he stood, darkness about him and a blackness of despair and anger in his heart, it seemed to him that he saw a light in his mind, almost unbearably bright at first, as a sun ray to the eyes of one long hidden in a windowless pit. Then the light became color, green, gold, silver, white. Far off, as in a little picture drawn by elven fingers, he saw the Lady Galadriel standing on the grass in Lorien, and gifts were in her hands. "And you, ring-bearer," he heard her say, remote but clear, "for you I have prepared this." The bubbling hiss drew nearer, and there was a creaking as of some great jointed thing that moved with slow purpose in the dark. A reek came before it. "Master, master!" cried Sam, and life and urgency came back to his voice. "The lady's gift, the star-glass! A light to you in dark places, she said it was to be. The star-glass!" The star-glass, muttered Frodo, as one answering out of sleep, hardly comprehending. "Why, yes, why had I forgotten it? A light when all other lights go out. And now indeed, light alone can help us." Slowly his hand went to his bosom, and slowly he held aloft the phial of Galadriel. For a moment it glimmered, faint as a rising star struggling in heavy earthward mists. And then its power waxed, and hope grew in Frodo's mind. It began to burn and kindled to a silver flame, a minute heart of dazzling light, as though Erindil had himself come down from the high sunset paths with the last Silmaril upon his brow. The darkness receded from it until it seemed to shine in the center of a globe of airy crystal, and the hand that held it sparkled with white fire. Frodo gazed in wonder at this marvelous gift that he had so long carried, not guessing its full worth and potency. Seldom had he remembered it on the road until they came to the Morgul Vale, and never had he used it for fear of its revealing light. "Aya Erindil and Enion and Kalima!" he cried, and knew not what he had spoken, for it seemed that another voice spoke through his, clear, untroubled by the foul air of the pit. But other potencies there are in Middle-earth, powers of night. They are old and strong. And she that walked in the darkness had heard the elves cry that cry far back in the deeps of time. And she had not heeded it, and it did not daunt her now. Even as Frodo spoke, he felt a great malice bent upon him, and a deadly regard considering him. Not far down the tunnel, between them and the opening where they had reeled and stumbled, he was aware of eyes growing visible, two great clusters of many windowed eyes. The coming menace was unmasked at last. The radiance of the star-glass was broken and thrown back from their thousand facets, and behind the glitter a pale, deadly fire began steadily to glow within, a flame kindled in some deep pit of evil thought. Monstrous and abominable eyes they were, bestial, and yet filled with purpose and with hideous delight, gloating over their prey, trapped beyond all hope of escape. Frodo and Sam, horror-stricken, began slowly to back away, their own gaze held by the dreadful stare of those baleful eyes. But as they backed, so the eyes advanced. Frodo's hand wavered, and slowly the phial drooped. Then suddenly, released from the holding spell, to run a little while in vain panic for the amusement of the eyes, they both turned and fled together. But even as they ran, Frodo looked back and saw with terror that at once the eyes came leaping behind. The stench of death was like a cloud about him. "Stand! Stand!" he cried desperately. "Running is no use." Slowly the eyes crept nearer. "Galadriel!" he called, and gathering his courage he lifted up the phial once more. The eyes halted. For a moment their regard relaxed, as if some hint of doubt troubled them. Then Frodo's heart flamed within him, and without thinking what he did, whether it was folly or despair or courage, he took the phial in his left hand, and with his right hand drew his sword. Sting flashed out, and the sharp elven blade sparkled in the silver light, but at its edges a blue fire flickered. Then, holding the star aloft and the bright sword advanced, Frodo, Hobbit of the Shire, walked steadily down to meet the eyes. They wavered. Doubt came into them as the light approached. One by one they dimmed, and slowly they drew back. No brightness so deadly had ever afflicted them before. From sun and moon and star they had been safe underground, but now a star had descended into the very earth. Still it approached, and the eyes began to quail. One by one they all went dark. They turned away, and a great bulk, beyond the light's reach, heaved its huge shadow in between. They were gone. "Master! Master!" cried Sam. He was close behind, his own sword drawn and ready. "Stars and glory! But the elves would make a song of that if ever they heard of it. And may I live to tell them and hear them sing. But don't go on, master. Don't go down to that den. Now is our only chance. Now let's get out of this foul hole." And so back they turned once more, first walking and then running. For as they went, the floor of the tunnel rose steeply, and with every stride they climbed higher above the stenches of the unseen lair, and strength returned to limb and heart. But still, the hatred of the Watcher lurked behind them, blind for a while, perhaps, but undefeated, still bent on death. And now there came a flow of air to meet them, cold and thin. The opening, the tunnel's end, at last it was before them. Panting, yearning for a roofless place, they flung themselves forward, and then in amazement they staggered, tumbling back. The outlet was blocked with some barrier, but not of stone. Soft and a little yielding it seemed, and yet strong and impervious. Air filtered through it, but not a glimmer of any light. Once more, they charged and were hurled back. Holding aloft the file, Frodo looked, and before him he saw a grayness which the radiance of the star glass did not pierce and did not illuminate, as if it were a shadow that, being cast by no light could dissipate. Across the width and height of the tunnel, a vast web was spun, orderly as the web of some huge spider, but denser woven and far greater, and each thread was as thick as a rope. Sam laughed grimly. "Cobwebs," he said. "Is that all? Cobwebs, huh? But what a spider! Have at 'em! Down with 'em!" In a fury, he hewed at them with his sword, but the thread that he struck did not break. It gave a little, and then sprang back like a plucked bowstring, turning the blade and tossing up both sword and arm. 3 times Sam struck with all his force. And at last, one single cord of all the countless cords snapped and twisted, curling and whipping through the air. One end of it lashed Sam's hand, and he cried out in pain, starting back and drawing his hand across his mouth. "It will take days to clear the road like this," he said. "What's to be done? Have those eyes come back?" "No, not to be seen," said Frodo, "but I still feel that they are looking at me or thinking about me, making some other plan, perhaps. If this light were lowered, or if it failed, they would quickly come again." "Trapped in the end," said Sam bitterly, his anger rising again above weariness and despair. "Gnats in a net! May the curse of Faramir bite that Gollum, and bite him quick!" "That would not help us now," said Frodo. "Come, let us see what Sting can do. It is an elven blade. There were webs of horror in the dark ravines of Beleriand, where it was forged. But you must be the guard and hold back the eye. Excuse me, you must be the guard and hold back the eyes. Here, take the star glass. Do not be afraid. Hold it up and watch." Then Frodo stepped up to the great gray net and hewed it with a wide sweeping stroke, drawing the bitter edge swiftly across a ladder of close-strung cords, and at once springing away. The blue gleaming blade shore through them like a scythe through grass, and they leaped and writhed, and then hung loose. A great rent was made. Stroke after stroke he dealt, until at last all the web within his reach was shattered, and the upper portion blew and swayed like a loose veil in the incoming wind. The trap was broken. "Come," cried Frodo, "on, on!" Wild joy at their escape from the very mouth of despair suddenly filled all his mind. His head whirled as with a draught of potent wine. He sprang out, shouting as he came. It seemed light in that dark land to his eyes that had passed through the den of night. The great smokes had risen and grown thinner, and the last hours of a somber day were passing. The red glare of Mordor had died away in sullen gloom, yet it seemed to Frodo that he looked upon a morning of sudden hope. Almost he had reached the summit of the wall, only a little higher now. The cleft, Cirith Ungol, was before him, a dim notch in the black ridge, and the horns of rock darkling in the sky on either side. A short race, a sprinter's course, and he would be through. "The pass, Sam!" he cried, not heeding the shrillness of his voice, that, released from the choking airs of the tunnel, rang out now, high and wild. "The pass! Run, run, and we'll be through! Through before any can stop us!" Sam came up behind as fast as he could urge his legs, but glad as he was to be free, he was uneasy, and as he ran, he kept on glancing back at the dark arch of the tunnel. fearing to see eyes or some shape beyond his imagining, spring out in pursuit. Too little did he or his master know of the craft of Shelob. She had many exits from her lair. There age-long she had dwelt, an evil thing in spider form, even such as once of old had lived in the land of the elves in the west that is now under the sea, such as Beren fought in the mountains of terror in Doriath, and so came to Luthien upon the green sward, amid the hemlocks in the moonlight long ago. How Shelob came there, flying from ruin, no tale tells, for out of the dark years few tales have come. But still she was there, who was there before Sauron, and before the first stone of Barad-dûr, and she served none but herself, drinking the blood of elves and men, bloated and grown fat with endless brooding on her feasts, weaving webs of shadow. For all living things were her food, and her vomit darkness. Far and wide, her lesser broods, bastards of the miserable mates, her own offspring, that she slew, spread about from glen to glen, from the Ephel Duath to the eastern hills, to Dol Guldur and the fastnesses of Mirkwood. But none could rival her, Shelob the Great, last child of Ungoliant, to trouble the unhappy world. Already, years before, Gollum had beheld her, Smeagol, who pried into all dark holes, and in past days he had bowed and worshipped her. In the darkness of her evil will, walked through all the ways of his weariness beside him, cutting him off from light and from regret. And he had promised to bring her food, but her lust was not his lust. Little she knew of or cared for towers or rings or anything devised by mind or hand, who only desired death for all others, mind and body, and for herself, a glut of life alone, swollen till the mountains could no longer hold her up, and the darkness could not contain her. But that desire was yet far away, and long now had she been hungry, lurking in her den, while the power of Sauron grew, and light and living things forsook his borders, and the city in the valley was dead, and no elf or man came near, only the unhappy orcs. Poor food and wary, but she must eat, and however busily they delved new winding passages from the pass and from their tower, ever she found some way to snare them. But she lusted for sweeter meat, and Gollum had brought it to her. We'll see, he said often to himself when the evil mood was on him, as he walked the dangerous road from Imen Muil to Morgul Vale. We'll see. It may well be, oh yes, it may well be that when she throws away the bones and the empty garments, we shall find it. We shall get it, the precious, a reward for poor Smeagol, who brings nice food. And we'll save the precious, as we promised. Oh yes, and when we've got it safe, then she'll know it. Oh yes, then we'll pay her back, my precious. Then we'll pay everyone back. So he thought, in an inner chamber of his cunning, which he still hoped to hide from her, even when he had come to her again and had bowed low before her, while his companions slept. And as for Sauron, he knew where she lurked. It pleased him that she should dwell there hungry, but unabated in malice, a more sure watch upon that ancient path into his land than any other that his skill could have devised. And orcs, they were useful slaves, but he had them in plenty. If now and again Shelob caught them to stay her appetite, she was welcome. He could spare them. And sometimes, as a man may cast a dainty to his cat, as he calls her, but she owns him not, Sauron would send her prisoners that he had no better uses for. He would have them driven to her hole, and report brought back to him of the play she made. So they both lived, delighting in their own devices, and feared no assault, nor wrath, nor any end of their wickedness. Never yet had any fly escaped from Shelob's webs, and the greater now was her rage and hunger. But nothing of this evil which they had stirred up against them did poor Sam know, except that a fear was growing on him. Excuse me. A menace which he could not see. And such a weight did it become that it was a burden to him to run, and his feet seemed leaden. Dread was around him, and enemies before him in the pass, and his master was in a fey mood, running heedlessly to meet them. Turning his eyes away from the shadow behind, and the deep gloom beneath the cliff upon his left, he looked ahead, and he saw two things that increased his dismay. He saw that the sword, which Frodo still had unsheathed, was glittering like blue flame, and he saw that, though the sky behind was now dark, still the window in the tower was glowing red. "Orcs," he muttered, "we'll never rush it like this. There's orcs about, and worse than orcs." Then, returning quickly to his long habit of secrecy, he closed his hand about the precious phial which he still bore. Red with his own living blood, his hand shone for a moment. Then he thrust the revealing light deep into a pocket near his breast and drew his elven cloak about him. Now he tried to quicken his pace. His master was gaining on him. Already he was some 20 strides ahead, flitting on like a shadow. Soon he would be lost to sight in that gray world. Hardly had Sam hidden the light of the star glass when she came. A little way ahead and to his left he saw suddenly, issuing from a black hole of shadow under the cliff, the most loathly shape that he had ever beheld, horrible beyond the horror of an evil dream. Most like a spider she was, but huger than the great hunting beasts, and more terrible than they because of the evil purpose in her remorseless eyes. Those same eyes that he had thought daunted and defeated, there they were, lit with a fell light again, clustering in her outthrust head. Great horns she had, and behind her short, stalk-like neck was her huge, swollen body, a vast, bloated bag, swaying and sagging between her legs. Its great bulk was black, blotched with livid marks, but the belly underneath was pale and luminous, and gave forth a stench. Her legs were bent with great knobbed joints high above her back, and hairs that stuck out like steel spines, and at each leg's end there was a claw. As soon as she had squeezed her soft, squelching body and its folded limbs out of the upper exit from her lair, she moved with a horrible speed, now running on her creaking legs, now making a sudden bound. She was between Sam and his master. Either she did not see Sam, or she avoided him for the moment as the bearer of the light, and fixed all her intent upon one prey, upon Frodo. Bereft of his phial, running heedless up the path, unaware yet of his peril, swiftly he ran, but Shelob was swifter. In a few leaps she would have him. Sam gasped and gathered all of his remaining breath to shout. "Look out behind!" he yelled. "Look out, master! I'm—" But suddenly his cry was stifled. A long, clammy hand went over his mouth, and another caught him by the neck, while something wrapped itself about his leg. Taken off his guard, he toppled backwards into the arms of his attacker. "Got him," hissed Gollum in his ear. "At last, my precious, we've got him, the nasty hobbit. We takes this one. She'll get the other. Oh yes, Sheila will get him. Not Smeagol, he promised. He won't hurt master at all. But he's got you, you nasty, filthy little sneak!" He spat on Sam's neck. Fury at the treachery and desperation at the delay, when his master was in deadly peril, gave to Sam a sudden violence and strength that was far beyond anything that Gollum had expected from this slow, stupid hobbit, as he thought him. Not Gollum himself could have twisted more quickly and more fiercely. His hold on Sam's mouth slipped, and Sam ducked and lunged forward again, trying to tear away from the grip on his neck. His sword was still in his hand, and on his left arm, hanging by its thong, was Faramir's staff. Desperately he tried to turn and stab his enemy, but Gollum was too quick. His long right arm shot out, and he grabbed Sam's wrist. His fingers were like a vice. Slowly and relentlessly, he bent the hand down and forward, till with a cry of pain, Sam released the sword and it fell to the ground. And all the while, Gollum's other hand was tightening on Sam's throat. Then Sam played his last trick. With all his strength, he pulled away and got his feet firmly planted. Then suddenly, he drove his legs against the ground and with his whole force hurled himself backwards. Not expecting even this simple trick from Sam, Gollum fell over, with Sam on top, and he received the weight of the sturdy hobbit on his stomach, in his stomach. A sharp hiss came out of him, and for a second, his hand upon Sam's throat loosened, but his fingers still gripped the sword hand. Sam tore himself forward and away, and stood up, and then quickly he wheeled away to his right, pivoted on the wrist held by Gollum. Laying hold of the staff with his left hand, Sam swung it up, and down it came with a whistling crack on Gollum's outstretched arm, just below the elbow. With a squeal, Gollum let go. Then Sam waded in, not waiting to change the staff from left to the right. He dealt another savage blow. Quick as a snake, Gollum slithered aside, and the stroke aimed at his head fell across his back. The staff cracked and broke. That was enough for him. Grabbing from behind was an old game of his, and seldom had he failed in it. But this time, misled by spite, he had made the mistake of speaking and gloating before he had both hands on his victim's neck. Everything had gone wrong with his beautiful plan since that horrible light had so unexpectedly appeared in the darkness. And now he was face to face with a furious enemy, little less than his own size. This fight was not for him. Sam swept up his sword from the ground and raised it. Gollum squealed, and springing aside onto all fours, he jumped away in one big bound like a frog. Before Sam could reach him, he was off, running with amazing speed back towards the tunnel. Sword in hand, Sam went after him. For the moment, he had forgotten everything else but the red fury in his brain and the desire to kill Gollum. But before he could overtake him, Gollum was gone. Then, as the dark hole stood before him and the stench came out to meet him, like a clap of thunder, he thought of Frodo and the monster. The thought smote upon Sam's mind. He spun round and rushed wildly up the path, calling and calling his master's name. He was too late. So far, Gollum's plot had succeeded. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the chapter Shelob's Lair. And now, all you gentle readers, I'm going to hand this off now to Sean Astin, Samwise Gamgee himself. Mr. Sean Astin so graciously is going to read his favorite chapter, and being the final part of The Two Towers, we will conclude The Two Towers with the choices of Master Samwise. Take it away, Sean.
Chapter 10, The Choices of Master Samwise. Frodo was laying face upward on the ground, and the monster was bending over him, so intent upon her victim that she took no heed of Sam and his cries until he was close at hand. As he rushed up, he saw that Frodo was already bound in cords wound about him from ankle to shoulder, and the monster, with her great forelegs, was beginning half to lift, half to drag his body away. On the near side of him lay, gleaming on the ground, his elven blade, where it had fallen useless from his grasp. Sam did not wait to wonder what was to be done, or whether he was brave, or loyal, or filled with rage. He sprang forward with a yell, and seized his master's sword in his left hand. Then he charged. No onslaught more fierce was ever seen in the savage world of beasts, where some desperate small creature armed with little teeth alone will spring upon a tower of horn and hide that stands above its fallen mate. Disturbed, as if out of some gloating dream, by his small yell, she turned slowly, the dreadful malice of her glance upon him. But almost before she was aware that a fury was upon her greater than any she had known in countless years, the shining sword bit upon her foot and shore away the claw. Sam sprang inside the arches of her legs, and with a quick upthrust of his other hand, stabbed at the clustered eyes upon her lowered head. One great eye went dark. Now the miserable creature was right under her, for the moment out of the reach of her sting and of her claws. Her vast belly was above him, with its putrid light, and the stench of it almost smote him down. Still, his fury held for one more blow, and before she could sink upon him, smothering him in all his little impudence of courage, he slashed the bright elven blade across her with desperate strength. But Shelob was not as dragons are. No softer spot had she, save only her eyes. Knobbed and pitted with corruption was her age-old hide, but ever thickened from within layer on layer of evil growth. The blade scored it with a dreadful gash, but those hideous folds could not be pierced by any strength of men, not though elf or dwarf should forge the steel, or the hand of Baron or of Turin wield it. She yielded to the stroke, and then heaved upon the great bag of her belly high above Sam's head. Poison frothed and bubbled from the wound. Now, splaying her legs, she drove her huge bulk down on him again. Too soon, for Sam still stood upon his feet, and dropping his own sword with both hands, he held the elven blade point upwards, fending off that ghastly roof, and so Shelob, with driving force of her own cruel will, with strength greater than any warrior's hand, thrust upon a bitter spike. Deep, deep it pricked, as Sam was crushed slowly to the ground. No such anguish had Shelob ever known or dreamed of knowing in her long world of wickedness. Not the doughtiest soldier of old Gondor, nor the most savage orc entrapped, had ever thus endured her, or set blade to her beloved flesh. A shudder went through her. Heaving up again, wrenching away from the pain, she bent her writhing limbs beneath her and sprang backwards in a convulsive leap. Sam had fallen to his knees by Frodo's head, his senses reeling in the foul stench, his two hands still gripping the hilt of the sword. Through the mist, before his eyes, he was aware dimly of Frodo's face, and stubbornly he fought to master himself and to drag himself out of the swoon that was upon him. Slowly he raised his head and saw her, only a few paces away, eyeing him, her beak drabbling a spittle of venom, and a green ooze trickling from below her wounded eye. There she crouched, her shuddering belly splayed upon the ground, the great boughs of her legs quivering as she gathered herself for another spring, this time to crush and sting to death. No little bite of poison to still the struggling of her meat, this time to slay and then to rend. Even as Sam himself crouched looking at her, seeing his death in her eyes, a thought came to him, as if some remote voice had spoken, and he fumbled in his breast with his left hand and found what he sought. Cold and hard and solid it seemed to his touch in a phantom world of horror. The phial of Galadriel. Galadriel, he said faintly, and then he heard voices far off but clear. The crying of the elves as they walked under the stars in the beloved shadows of the Shire, and the music of the elves as it came through his sleep in the hall of fire in the house of Elrond. Gilthoniel a Elbereth. And then his tongue was loosed, and his voice cried in a language which he did not know. Ah, Elbereth Gilthoniel, Omenel Palandiriel, Lenalansi di Nurathos, Atironin Thanulos. And with that he staggered to his feet and was Samwise the Hobbit, Hamfast's son again. Now come, you filth, he cried. You've hurt my master, you brute, and you'll pay for it. We're going on, but we'll settle with you first. Come on, and taste it again. As if his indomitable spirit had set its potency in motion, the glass blazed suddenly like a white torch in his hand. It flamed like a star that, leaping from the firmament, sears the dark air with intolerable light. No such nothing, not even to grieve. That was not what he had set out to do. What am I to do, then? He cried again, and how he seemed plainly to know the hard answer. See it through. Another lonely journey, and the worst. What, me go alone, go to the crack of doom and all? He quailed still, but the resolve grew. What, me take the ring from him? The council gave it to him. But the answer came at once. And the council gave him companions, so that the errand should not fail. You are the last of all the company. The errand must not fail. I wish I wasn't the last, he groaned. I wish old Gandalf was here, or somebody. Why am I left all alone to make up my mind? I'm sure to go wrong, and it's not for me to go taking the ring, putting myself forward. But you haven't put yourself forward. You've been put forward. And as for not being the right and proper person, why, Mr. Frodo wasn't, as you might say, nor Mr. Bilbo. They didn't choose themselves. Ah, well, I must make up my own mind. I will make it up. But I'll be sure to go wrong. That'd be Sam Gamgee all over. Let me see. If we're found here, or Mr. Frodo's found, and that thing's on him, well, the enemy will get it. And that's the end of all of us, of Lorien and Rivendell and the Shire and all. And there's no time to lose, or it'll be the end anyway. The war's begun, and more than likely, things are all going to the enemy. And more than likely things are all going the enemy's way already. No chance to go back with it and get advice or permission. No. It's sit here till they come and kill me over Master's body and gets it, or takes it and go. He drew a deep breath. "Then take it is." He stooped. Very gently he undid the clasp at the neck and slipped his hand inside Frodo's tunic. Then with his other hand, raising the head, he kissed the cold forehead and softly drew the chain over it. And then the head lay quietly back again in rest. No change came over the face. And by that, more than by all other tokens, Sam was convinced at the last that Frodo had died and laid aside the quest. "Goodbye, master, my dear," he murmured. "Forgive your Sam. He'll come back to this spot when the job's done, if he manages it, and then he'll not leave you again. Rest you quiet till I come, and may no foul creature come again you. And if the lady could hear me and give me one wish, I would wish to come back and find you again. Goodbye." And then he bent his own neck and put the chain upon it, and at once his head was bowed to the ground with the weight of the ring, as if some great stone had been strung on him. But slowly, as if the weight became less or new strength grew in him, he raised his head, and then with a great effort got to his feet, and found that he could walk and bear his burden. And for a moment he lifted up the phial and looked down at his master, and the light burned gently now with the soft radiance of the evening star in summer. In that light, Frodo's face was fair of hue again, pale, but beautiful with an elvish beauty, as of one who was long past the shadows. And with bitter comfort of that last sight, Sam turned and hid the light and stumbled on into the growing dark. He had not far to go. The tunnel was some way behind, the cleft a couple of 100 yards ahead or less. The path was visible in the dusk, a deep rut worn in ages of passage, running now gently up in a long trough with the cliffs on either side. The trough narrowed deeply. Soon Sam came to a long flight of broad, shallow steps. Now the Orc Tower was right above him, frowning black, and in it the red eye glowed. Now he was hidden in the dark shadow under it. He was coming to the top of the steps, and was in the cleft at last. "I've made up my mind," he kept saying to himself, but he had not. Though he had done his best to think it out, what he was doing was altogether against the grain of his nature. "Have I got it wrong?" he muttered. "What ought to I have done?" As the sheer sides of the cleft closed about him, before he reached the actual summit, before he looked at last on the path descending into the nameless land, he turned. For a moment, motionless in intolerable doubt, he looked back. He could still see, like a small blot in the gathering gloom, the mouth of the tunnel, and he thought he could see or guess where Frodo lay. He fancied there was a glimmer on the ground there, or perhaps it was some trick of his tears, as he peered out at the high stony place where all his life had fallen in ruin. "If only I could have my wish, my one wish," he sighed, "to go back and find him." Then at last he turned to the road in front and took a few steps, the heaviest and the most reluctant he had ever taken. Only a few steps, and now only a few more, and he would be going down and would never see that high place again. And then suddenly he heard cries and voices. He stood still as stone. Orc voices. They were behind him and before him, a noise of tramping feet and harsh shouts. Orcs were coming up to the cleft from the far side, from some entry to the tower perhaps. Tramping feet and shouts behind. He wheeled around. He saw small red lights, torches, winking away below there as they issued from the tunnel. At last the hunt was up. The red eye of the tower had not been blind. He was caught. Now the flicker of approaching Now the flicker of approaching torches and the clink of steel ahead was very near. In a minute, they would reach the top and be on him. He had taken too long in making up his mind, and now it was no good. How could he escape or save himself or save the ring? The ring. He was not aware of any thought or decision. He simply found himself drawing out the chain and taking the ring in his hand. The head of the orc company appeared in the cleft right before him, and he put it on. The world changed, and a single moment of time was filled with an hour of thought. At once he was aware that hearing was sharpened, while sight was dimmed. But otherwise than in Shelob's lair, all things about him now were not dark, but vague, while he himself was there in a gray, hazy world alone, like a small black solid rock, and the ring, weighing down his left hand, was like an orb of hot gold. He did not feel invisible at all, but horribly and uniquely visible, and he knew that somewhere an eye was searching for him. He heard the crack of stone and the murmur of water far off in Morgul Vale, and down away under the rock the bubbling misery of Shelob, groping lost in some blind passage, and voices in the dungeons of the tower, and the cries of the orcs as they came out of the tunnel, and deafening, roaring in his ears. Oh! Apologies. Where are we? Sorry. And deafening, roaring in his ears, the crash of the feet and the rending clamor of the orcs before him. He shrank against the cliff, but they marched up like a phantom company, gray, distorted figures in a mist, only dreams of fear, with pale flames in their hands. And they passed him by. He cowered, trying to creep away into some cranny and to hide. He listened. The orcs from the tunnel and the others marching down had sighted one another, and both parties were now hurrying and shouting. He heard them both clearly, and he understood what they said. Perhaps the ring gave understanding of tongues, or simply understanding, especially of the servants of Sauron, its maker, so that if he gave heed, he understood and translated the thought to himself. Certainly, the ring had grown greatly in power as it approached the places of its forging. But one thing it did not confer, and that was courage. At present, Sam still thought only of hiding, of lying low until all was quiet again, and he listened anxiously. He could not tell how near the voices were. The words seemed almost in his ears. "Hola! Gorbag! What are you doing up here? Had enough of war already? Orders, you lubber! And what are you doing, Shagrat? Tired of lurking up there? Thinking of coming down to fight? Orders to you! I'm in command of this pass, so speak civil. What's your report?" "Nothing." "Aye, aye, oi!" A yell broke into the exchanges of the leaders. The orcs lower down had suddenly seen something. They began to run, so did the others. "Hi, hola! Here's something! Lying right in the road! A spy! A spy!" There was a hoot of snarling horns and a babble of baying voices. With a dreadful stroke, Sam was wakened from his cowering mood. They had seen his master. What would they do? He had heard tales of the orcs to make the blood run cold. It could not be borne. He sprang up. He flung the quest and all his decisions away, and fear and doubt with them. He knew now where his place was, and had been, at his master's side, though what he could do there was not clear. Back he ran, down the steps, down the path towards Frodo. How many are there, he thought? 30 or 40 from the tower at least, and a lot more than that from down below, I guess. How many can I kill before they get me? They'll see the flame of the sword as soon as I draw it, and they'll get me sooner or later. I wonder if any song will ever mention it. how Samwise fell in the high pass and made a wall of bodies round his master. No, no song. Of course not. For the ring will be found, and there'll be no more songs. I can't help it. My place is by Mr. Frodo. They must understand that. Elrond and the council and the great lords and ladies, with all their wisdom, their plans have gone wrong. I can't be their ring-bearer, not without Mr. Frodo. But the orcs were out of his dim sight now. He'd had no time to consider himself, but now he realized that he was weary almost to exhaustion. His legs would not carry him as he wished. He was too slow. The path seemed miles long. Where had they all got to in the mist? There they were again, a good way ahead still, a cluster of figures round something lying on the ground. A few seemed to be darting this way and that, bent like dogs on a trail. He tried to make a spurt. "Come on, Sam," he said, "or you'll be too late again." He loosened the sword in its sheath. In a minute he would draw it, and then there was a wild clamor, hooting and laughing as something was lifted from the ground. "Yoy, yoy, yoy, up, up!" Then a voice shouted, "Now off! The quick way! Back to the Undergate! She'll not trouble us tonight by all the signs." The whole band of orc figures began to move. 4 in the middle were carrying a body high on their shoulders. "Ahoy!" They had taken Frodo's body. They were off. He could not catch them up. Still, he labored on. The orcs reached the tunnel and were passing in. Those with the burden went first, and behind them there was a good deal of struggling and jostling. Sam came on. He drew the sword, a flicker of blue in his wavering hand, but they did not see it. Even as he came panting up, the last of them vanished into the black hole. For a moment he stood, gasping, clutching his breast. Then he drew his sleeve across his face, wiping away the grime and sweat and tears. "Curse the filth," he said, and sprang after them into the darkness. It no longer seemed very dark to him in the tunnel. Rather, it was as if he had stepped out of a thin mist into a heavier fog. His weariness was growing, but his will hardened all the more. He thought he could see the light of the torches a little way ahead, but try as he would, he could not catch them up. Orcs go fast in tunnels, and this tunnel they knew well, for in spite of Shelob, they were forced to use it often as the swiftest way from the dead city over the mountains. In what far-off time the main tunnel and the great round pit had been made, where Shelob had taken up her abode in ages past, they did not know. But many byways they had themselves delved about in on either side, so as to escape the lair in their goings to and fro on the business of their masters. Tonight they did not intend to go far down, but were hastening to find a side passage that led to their watchtower on the cliff. Most of them were gleeful, delighted with what they had found and seen, and as they ran they gabbled and yammered after the fashion of their kind. Sam heard the noise of their harsh voices, flat and hard in the dead air, and he could distinguish 2 voices from among all the rest. They were louder and nearer to him. The captains of the 2 parties seemed to be bringing up the rear, debating as they went. "Can't you stop your rabble making such a racket, Shagrat?" grunted the one. "We don't want Shelob on us." "Go on, Gorbag. Yours are making more than half the noise," said the other. "But let the lads play. No need to worry about Shelob for a bit, I reckon. She's sat on a nail, it seems, and we shan't cry about that. Didn't you see? A nasty mess all the way back to that cursed crack of hers. If we've stopped it once, we've stopped it 100 times, so let 'em laugh. And we've struck a bit of luck at last. Got something that Lugberts wants." "Lugberts wants it, eh? What is it, do you think?" "Elvish it looked to me, but undersized." "What's the danger in a thing like that?" "Don't know till we've had a look." "Oh, so they haven't told you what to expect. They don't tell us all they know, do they? Not by half. But then they can make mistakes. Even the top ones can. "Shh, Gorbag!" Shagrat's voice was lowered, so that even with his strangely sharpened hearing, Sam could only just catch what was said. "They may, but they've got eyes and ears everywhere. Some among my lot as like as not, but there's no doubt about it, they're troubled about something. The Nazgul down below are, by your account and Lugbert's, is too. Something nearly slipped." "Nearly, you say?" said Gorbag. "All right," said Shagrat, "but we'll talk of that later. Wait till we get to the underway. There's a place there where we can talk a bit while the lads go on." Shortly afterwards, Sam saw the torches disappear. Then there was a rumbling noise, and just as he hurried up, a bump. As far as he could guess, the orcs had turned and gone into the very opening which Frodo and he had tried and found blocked. It was still blocked. There seemed to be a great stone in the way, but the orcs had got through somehow, for he could hear their voices on the other side. They were still running along, deeper and deeper into the mountain, back towards the tower. Sam felt desperate. They were carrying off his master's body for some foul purpose, and he could not follow. He thrust and pushed at the block, and he threw himself against it, but it did not yield. Then, not far inside, or so he thought, he heard the two captains' voices talking again. He stood still, listening for a little, hoping perhaps to learn something useful. Perhaps Gorbag, who seemed to belong to the meanest Morgul, would come out and he could slip in. "No, I don't know," said Gorbag's voice. "The messages go through quicker than anything could fly as a rule, but I don't inquire how it's done. Safest not to. Urgh. Those Nazgul give me the creeps, and they skin the body off you as soon as look at you, and leave you all cold in the dark on the other side. But he likes 'em, and they're his favorites nowadays, so it's no use grumbling. I tell you, it's no game serving down in the city." "You should try being up here with Shelob for company," said Shagrat. "I'd like to try somewhere where there's none of 'em. But the war's on now, and when that's over, things may be easier." "It's going well, they say." "They would," grunted Gorbag. "We'll see. But anyway, if it does go well, there should be a lot more room. What do you say? If we get a chance, you and me'll slip off and set up somewhere on our own with a few trusty lads, somewhere where there's good loot nice and handy, and no big bosses." "Ah," said Shagrat, "like old times." "Yeah," said Gorbag, "but don't count on it. I'm not easy in mind. As I said, the big bosses, his voice sank almost to a whisper, even the biggest, and can make mistakes. Something nearly slipped, you say. I say something has slipped, and we've got to look out. Always the poor Uruks to put slips right, and small thanks. But don't forget, the enemies don't love us any more than they love him, and if they get topsides on him, we're done too. But see here, when were you ordered out?" "About an hour ago, just before you saw us. A message came. Nazgul uneasy, spies feared on stairs, double vigilance, patrol to head of stairs. I came at once." "Bad business," said Gorbag. "See here, our silent watchers were uneasy more than 2 days ago, that I know. But my patrol wasn't ordered out for another day, nor any message sent to Lugbert's either, owing to the great signal going up and the high Nazgul going off to the war, and all that. And then they couldn't get Lugbert's to pay attention for a good while, I'm told." "The eye was busy elsewhere, I suppose," said Shagrat. "Big things going on away west, they say." "I dare say," growled Gorbag. "But in the meantime, enemies have got up the stairs. And what were you up to? You're supposed to keep watch, aren't you? Special orders or no? What are you for?" "That's enough. Don't try to teach me my job. We were awake all right. We knew there were funny things going on. Very funny. Yes, very funny. Lights and shouting and all. But Shelob was on the go. My lads saw her and her sneak." "Her sneak? What's that?" "Well, you must have seen him. Little thin black fellow, like a spider himself, or perhaps more like a starved frog. He's been here before. Came out of Lugbert's the first time, years ago, and we had word from high up to let him pass. He's been up the stairs once or twice since then, but we've left him alone. Seems to have some understanding with her ladyship. I suppose he's no good to eat. She wouldn't worry about the words from up high. But a fine guard you keep in the valley. He was up here a day before all this racket. Early last night we saw him. Anyway, my lads reported that her ladyship was having some fun, and that seemed good enough for me until the message came. I thought her sneak had brought her a toy, or you'd perhaps sent her a present of a prisoner of war or something. I didn't interfere when she's playing. Nothing gets by Shelob when she's on the hunt. Nothing, say you. Didn't you use your eyes back there? I tell you, I'm not easy in my mind. Whatever came up the stairs did get by. I'll cut her web and got clean out of the hole. That's something to think about. Oh, well, she got him in the end, didn't she? Got him? Got who? This little fellow. But if he was the only one, then she'd have had him off to her larder long before, and there he'd be now. And if Lugberts wanted him, you'd have to go and get him. Nice for you, but there was more than one. At this point, Sam began to listen more attentively and pressed his ear against the stone. Who cut the cord she'd put around him, Shagrat? Same one as cut the web? Didn't you see that? And who stuck a pin into her ladyship? Same one, I reckon. And where is he? Where is he? Shagrat? Shagrat made no reply. You may well put your thinking cap on, if you've got one. It's no laughing matter. No one has ever stuck a pin in Shelob before, as you know, no one as you should know well enough. There's no grief in that. But think, there's someone loose hereabouts, as is more dangerous than any other damned rebel that has ever walked since the bad old times, since the great siege. Something has slipped. And what is it, then? Growled Shagrat. By all the signs, Captain Shagrat, I'd say there's a large warrior loose, elf most likely, with an elf sword anyway, and an axe as well, maybe, and he's loose in your bounds, too, and you've never spotted him. Very funny indeed, Gorbag spat. Sam smiled grimly at this description of himself. Ah, well, you always did take a gloomy view, said Shagrat. You can read the signs how you like, but there may be other ways to explain them. Anyhow, I've got watchers at every point, and I'm going to deal with one thing at a time. When I've had a look at the fellow we have caught, then I'll begin to worry about something else. It's my guess you won't find much in that little fellow, said Gorbag. He may have had nothing to do with the real mischief. The big fellow with the sharp sword doesn't seem to have thought him worth much anyhow. Just left him lying. Regular elvish trick. We'll see. Come on now. We've talked enough. Let's go and have a look at the prisoner. What are you going to do with him? Don't forget, I spotted him first. If there's any game, me and my lads must be in it. Now, growled Shagrat, I have my orders, and it's more than my belly's worth on yours to break 'em. Any trespasser found by the guard is to be held at the tower. Prisoner is to be stripped. Full description of every article, garment, weapon, letter, ring, or trinket is to be sent to Lugberts at once, and to Lugberts only. And the prisoner is to be kept safe and intact, under pain of death, for every member of the guard, until he sends or comes himself. That's plain enough, and that's what I'm going to do. Stripped, huh? Said Gorbag. What, teeth, nails, hair and all? No, none of that. He's for Lugberts, I tell you. He's wanted safe and whole. You'll find that difficult, laughed Gorbag. He's nothing but a carrion now. What Lugberts will do with such stuff, I can't guess. He might as well go into the pot. You fool, snarled Shagrat. You've been talking very clever, but there's a lot you don't know, though most other folk do. You'll be for the pot, or for Shelob if you don't take care, carrion. Is that all? Carrion. Is that all you know of her ladyship? When she binds with cords, she isn't after meat. Oh, when she binds with cords, she's after meat. She doesn't eat dead meat, nor suck cold blood. This fellow isn't dead. Sam reeled, clutching at the stone. He felt as if a whole dark world was turning upside down. So great was the shock that he almost swooned. But even as he fought to keep a hold of his senses, deep inside him he was aware of the comment. You fool! He isn't dead. And your heart knew it. Don't trust your head, Samwise. It's not the best part of you. The trouble with you is that you never really had any hope. Now what is to be done? For the moment, nothing, but to prop himself against the unmoving stone and listen. Listen to the vile orc voices. Darn, said Shagrat. She's got more than one poison. When she's hunting, she just gives 'em a dab in the neck so they'll go as limp as a bonefish. And then she has her way with them. Do you remember old Ufthak? We lost him for days. Then we found him in a corner hanging up. He was. But he was wide awake and glaring. How he laughed. She'd forgotten him, maybe. But we didn't touch him. No good interfering with her. Nar, this little filth. He'll wake up in a few hours, and beyond feeling a bit sick for a bit, he'll be all right. Or would be, if Lugbirds would let him alone. And of course, beyond wondering where he is and what's happened to him. And what's going to happen to him? Laughed Gorbag. We can tell him a few stories at any rate, if we can't do anything else. I don't suppose he's ever been in lovely Lurkberts, so he may like to know what to expect. This is going to be more funny than I thought. Let's go. There's going to be no fun, I tell you, said Shagrat, and he's got to be kept safe, or we're all as good as dead. All right, but if I were you, I'd catch the big one that's loose before you send in any report to Lugberts. It won't sound too pretty to say you've caught the kitten and let the cat escape. The voices began to move away. Sam heard the sound of feet receding. He was recovering from his shock, and how a wild fury was on him. I got it all wrong, he cried. I knew I would. Now they've got him. The devils, the filth. Never leave your master, never, never. That was my right rule, and I knew it in my heart. But I must be forgiven. Now I've got to get back to him. Somehow. He drew his sword again and beat on the stone with the hilt, but it only gave out a dull sound. The sword, however, blazed so brightly now that he could see dimly in its light. To his surprise, he noticed that the great block was shaped like a heavy door, and was less than twice his own height. Above it was a dark blank space between the top and the low arch of the opening. It was probably only meant to be a stop against the intrusion of Shelob, fastened on the inside with some latch or bolt beyond the reach of her cunning. With his remaining strength, Sam leapt and caught the top, scrambled up, and dropped. And then he ran madly, sword blazing his hand, round a bend and up a winding tunnel. The news that his master was still alive roused him to a last effort beyond thought of weariness. He could not see anything ahead, for this new passage twisted and turned constantly, but he thought he was catching the two orcs up. Their voices were growing nearer again. Now they seemed quite close. That's what I'm going to do, said Shagrat in angry tones. Put him right up in the top chamber. What for? Growled Gorbag. Haven't you any lockups down below? He's going out of harm's way, I tell you, answered Shagrat. See? He's precious. I don't trust all my lads. And none of yours. I don't trust all my lads, and none of yours. Nor you, neither. When you're mad for fun. He's going where I want him, and where you won't come, if you don't keep civil. Up to the top, I say. He'll be safer there. Willie, said Sam, you're forgetting the great big elvish warrior that's loose. And with that he raced round the last corner, only to find that by some trick of the tunnel or of the hearing which the ring gave him, he had misjudged the distance. The two orc figures were still some way ahead. He could see them now, black and squat against a red glare. The passage ran straight at last, up an incline, and at the end, wide open, were great double doors leading probably to deep chambers far below the high horn of the tower. Already the orcs with their burden had passed inside. Gorbag and Shagrat were drawing near the gate. Sam heard a burst of hoarse singing, blaring of horns, and banging of gongs, a hideous clamor. Gorbag and Shagrat were already on the threshold. Sam yelled and brandished Sting, but his little voice was drowned in the tumult. No one heeded him. The great doors slammed to. Boom! The bars of iron fell into place. Inside. Clang! The gate was shut. Sam hurled himself against the bolted brazen plates and fell senseless to the ground. He was out in the darkness. Frodo was alive, but taken by the enemy.
Well, hello there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Thank you very much, Sean. Thank you, Samwise. Very much appreciate that wonderful, wonderful reading. Appreciate that, Sean Astin. We're now going to continue. We're not going to stop. We're going to go right on ahead. After the end of The Two Towers, we actually go to The Lord of the Rings, Volume 3, but it's Book 5, because The Return of the King is split into Books 5 and 6. So here we are, The Lord of the Rings, Book 5, Chapter 1, Minas Tirith. Pippin looked out from the shelter of Gandalf's cloak. He wondered if he was awake or still sleeping, still in the swift-moving dream in which he had been wrapped so long since the great ride began. The dark world was rushing by, and the wind sang loudly in his ears. He could see nothing but the wheeling stars, and away to his right, vast shadows against the sky, where the mountains of the south marched past. Sleepily, he tried to reckon the times and stages of their journey, but his memory was drowsy and uncertain. There had been the first ride at terrible speed, without halt, and then, in the dawn, he had seen a pale gleam of gold, and they had come to the silent town and the great empty house on the hill. And hardly had they reached its shelter when the winged shadow had passed over once again, and men wilted with fear. But Gandalf had spoken soft words to him, and he had slept in a corner, tired but uneasy, dimly aware of comings and goings, and of men talking and Gandalf giving orders. And then again, riding in the night. This was the the third night since he had looked in the stone. And with that hideous memory he awoke fully and shivered, and the noise of the wind became filled with menacing voices. A light kindled in the sky, a blaze of yellow fire behind dark barriers. Pippin cowered back, afraid for a moment, wondering into what dreadful country Gandalf was bearing him. He rubbed his eyes, and then he saw that it was the moon rising above the eastern shadows, now almost at the full. So the night was not yet old, and for hours the dark journey would go on. He stirred and spoke. "Where are we, Gandalf?" he asked. "In the realm of Gondor," the wizard answered. "The land of Anorion is still passing by." There was silence for a while. Then, "What is that?" cried Pippin suddenly, clutching at Gandalf's cloak. "Look! Fire! Red fire! Are there dragons in this land? Look, there's another!" For answer, Gandalf cried aloud to his horse, On, Shadowfax, we must hasten. Time is short. See, the beacons of Gondor are alight, calling for aid. War is kindled. See, there is the fire on Amon Din, and flame on Eilenach. And there they go, speeding west. Nardol, Erelas, Min Rimmon, Kalenhad, and the Halafirian on the borders of Rohan. But Shadowfax paused, in his stride, slowing to a walk, and then he lifted up his head and neighed, and out of the darkness the answering neigh of other horses came, and presently the thudding of hoofs was heard, and 3 riders swept up and passed like flying ghosts in the moon, and vanished into the west. Then Shadowfax gathered himself together and sprang away, and the night flowed over him like a roaring wind. Pippin became drowsy again and paid little attention to Gandalf telling him of the customs of Gondor and how the lord of the city had beacons built on the tops of the outlying hills along both borders of the Great Range and maintained posts at these points, where fresh horses were always in readiness to bear his errand riders to Rohan in the north or to Bel Falas in the south. It is long since the beacons of the north were lit, he said, and in the ancient days of Gondor they were not needed, for they had the 7 stones. Pippin stirred uneasily. Sleep again, and do not be afraid, said Gandalf, for you are not going, like Frodo, to Mordor, but to Minas Tirith, and there you will be as safe as you can be anywhere in these days. If Gondor falls, or the ring taken, then the Shire will be no refuge. You do not comfort me, said Pippin, but nonetheless sleep crept over him. The last thing that he remembered before he fell into deep dream was a glimpse of high white peaks glimmering like floating isles above the clouds as they caught the light of the westering moon. He wondered where Frodo was, and if he was already in Mordor, or if he was dead. And he did not know that Frodo, from far away, looked on that same moon as it set beyond Gondor, ere the coming of the day. Pippin woke to the sound of voices. Another day of hiding and a night of journey had fleeted by. It was twilight. The cold dawn was at hand again, and chill gray mists were about them. Shadowfax stood, steaming with sweat, but he held his neck proudly and showed no sign of weariness. Many tall men, heavily cloaked, stood beside him, and behind them in the mist loomed a wall of stone, partly ruinous, it seemed, but already before the night was past. The sound of hurried labor could be heard, beat of hammers, clink of trowels, and the creak of wheels. Torches and flares glowed dully here and there in the fog. Gandalf was speaking to the men that barred his way, and as he listened, Pippin became aware that he himself was being discussed. "Yea, truly, we know you, Mithrandir," said the leader of the men, "and you know the passwords of the 7 gates, and are free to go forward. But we do not know your companion. What is he? A dwarf out of the mountains in the north? We wish for no strangers in the land at this time, unless they be mighty men of arms, in whose faith and help we can trust." "I will vouch for him before the seat of Denethor," said Gandalf, "and as for valor, that cannot be computed by stature. He has passed through more battles and perils than you have, Ingold, though you be twice his height, and he comes now from the storming of Isengard, of which we bear tidings, and great weariness is on him, or I would wake him. His name is Peregrin, a very valiant man." "Man?" said Ingold dubiously, and the others laughed. "Man?" cried Pippin, now thoroughly roused. "Man, indeed not! I am a hobbit, and no more valiant than I am a man, save perhaps now and again by necessity. Do not let Gandalf deceive you. Many a doer of great deeds might say no more, said Ingold. But what is a hobbit? A halfling, answered Gandalf. Nay, not the one that was spoken of. He added, seeing the wonder in the men's faces. Not he, yet one of his kindred. Yes, and one who journeyed with him, said Pippin, and Boromir of your city was with us, and he saved me in the snows of the north, and at the last he was slain, defending me from many foes. Peace, said Gandalf. The news of that grief should have been first told to the father. It has been guessed already, said Ingold, for there have been strange portents here of late. But pass on now, quickly, for the Lord of Minas Tirith will be eager to see any that bear the latest tidings of his son, be he man or hobbit. Said Pippin, little service can I offer to your lord, but what I can do I would do, remembering Boromir the Brave. Fare you well, said Ingold, and the men made way for Shadowfax, and he passed through a narrow gate in the wall. May you bring good counsel to Denethor in his need, and to us all, Mithrandir. Ingold cried, but you come with tidings of grief and danger, as is your wont, they say. Because I come seldom, but when my help is needed, answered Gandalf. And as for counsel, to you I would say that you are over late in repairing the wall of the Pelennor. Courage will now be your best defense against the storm that is at hand. That and such hope as I bring. For not all the tidings that I bring are evil, but leave your trowels and sharpen your swords. The work will be finished ere evening, said Ingold. This is the last portion of the wall to be put in defense, and the last open to attack, for it looks towards our friends of Rohan. Do you know aught of them? Will they answer the summons, think you? Yes, they will come. But they have fought many battles at your back. This road, and no road, looks towards safety any longer. Be vigilant, but for Gandalf Stormcrow, you would have seen a host of foes coming out of Anorion, and no riders of Rohan. And you may yet. Fare you well, and sleep not. Gandalf passed now into the wide land beyond the Ramas Ekor. So the men of Gondor called the Outwall that they had built with great labor, after Ithilien fell under the shadow of their enemy. For 10 leagues or more it ran from the mountain's feet and so back again, enclosing in its fence the fields of the Pelennor, fair and fertile townlands, on the long slopes and terraces falling to the deep levels of the Anduin. At its furthest point, from the great gate of the city, northeastward, the wall was 4 leagues distant. And there, from a frowning bank, it overlooked the long flats beside the river, and men had made it high and strong, for at that point, upon a walled causeway, the road came in from the fords and bridges of Osgiliath, and passed through a guarded gate between embattled towers. At its nearest point, the wall was little more than 1 league from the city, and that was southeastward. There, Anduin, going in a wide knee about the hills of Imen Arnen in South Ithilien, bent sharply west, and the outwall rose upon its very brink, and beneath it lay the quays and landings of the Harlond, for craft that came upstream from the southern fiefs. The townlands were rich, with wide tilth and many orchards, and homesteads there were with oast and garner, fold and byre, and many rills rippling through the green from the highlands down to Anduin. Yet the herdsmen and husbandmen that dwelt there were not many, and the most part of the people of Gondor lived in the 7 circles of the city, or in the high vales of the mountain borders, in Lasarnach, or further south in fair Lebanon, with its 5 swift streams. There dwelt a hardy folk between the mountains and the sea. They were reckoned men of Gondor, yet their blood was mingled, and there were short and swarthy folk among them, whose sires came more from the forgotten men who housed in the shadow of the hills in the dark years ere the coming of the kings. But beyond, in the great fief of Belfalas, dwelt Prince Imrahil, in his castle of Dol Amroth by the sea. And he was of high blood, and his folk also, tall men and proud, with sea-grey eyes. Now after Gandalf had ridden for some time, the light of day grew in the sky, and Pippin roused himself and looked up. To his left lay a sea of mist, rising to a bleak shadow in the east, but to his right great mountains reared their heads, ranging from the west to a steep and sudden end, as if in the making of the land the river had burst through a great barrier, carving out a mighty valley to be a land of battle and debate in times to come. And there were the white mountains of Ered Nimres, come to their end, he saw, as Gandalf had promised, of the dark mass of Mount Minduluin, the deep purple shadows of its high glens, and its tall face whitening in the rising day. And upon its outthrust knee was the guarded city, with its 7 walls of stone, so strong and old that it seemed to have been not builded but carven by giants out of the bones of the earth. Even as Pippin gazed in wonder, the walls passed from looming gray to white, blushing faintly in the dawn, and suddenly the sun climbed over the eastern shadow and sent forth a shaft that smote the face of the city. Then Pippin cried aloud, for the tower of Ecthelion, standing high within the topmost wall, shone out against the sky, glimmering like a spike of pearl and silver, tall and fair and shapely, and its pinnacle glittered as if it were wrought of crystals, and white banners broke and fluttered from the battlements in the morning breeze, and high and far he heard a clear ringing as of silver trumpets. So Gandalf and Peregrine rode to the great gate of the men of Gondor at the rising of the sun, and its iron doors rolled back before them. "Mithrandir, Mithrandir," men cried. "Now we know that the storm is indeed nigh." "It is upon you," said Gandalf. "I have ridden on its wings. Let me pass. I must come to your Lord Denethor while his stewardship lasts. Whatever betide, you have come to the end of the Gondor that you have known. Let me pass." The men fell back before the command of his voice and questioned him no further, though they gazed in wonder at the hobbit that sat before him and at the horse that bore him. For the people of the city used horses very little, and they were seldom seen in the streets, save only those ridden by the errand riders of the Lord, their Lord. And they said, "Surely that is one of the great steeds of the king of Rohan. Maybe the Rohirrim will soon come to strengthen us." But Shadowfax walked proudly up the long, winding road. For the fashion of Minas Tirith was such that it was built on 7 levels, each delved into the hill, and about each was set a wall, and in each wall was a gate. But the gates were not set in a line. The great gate in the city wall was at the east point of the circuit, but the next faced half south, and the third half north, and so to and fro, upwards, so that the paved way that climbed towards the citadel turned first this way and then that across the face of the hill, and each time that it passed the line of the great gate, it went through an arched tunnel, piercing a vast pier of rock whose huge outthrust bulk divided in two all the circles of the city, save the first. For partly in the primeval shaping of the hill, partly by the mighty craft and labor of old, there stood up from the rear of the wide court behind the gate a towering bastion of stone, its edge sharp as a ship keel facing east. Up it rose even to the level of the topmost circle, and there was crowned by a battlement, so that those in the citadel might, like mariners in a mountainous ship, look from its peak sheer down upon the gate 700 feet below. The entrance to the citadel also looked eastward, but it was delved in the heart of the rock. Thence a long lamp-lit slope ran up to the seventh gate. The seventh gate. Thus men reached at last the high court and the place of the fountain, before the feet of the white tower, tall and shapely, 50 fathoms from its base to the pinnacle, where the banners of the stewards floated 1,000 feet above the plain. A strong citadel it was indeed, and not to be taken by a host of enemies, if there were any within that could hold weapons, unless some foe could come from behind and scale the lower skirts of Mindoluin, and so come upon the narrow shoulder that joined the hill of Guard to the mountain mass. But that shoulder, which rose to the height of the fifth wall, was hedged with great ramparts, right up to the precipice that overhung its western end. And in that space stood the houses and domed tombs of bygone kings and lords, forever silent between the mountain and the tower. Pippin gazed in growing wonder at the great stone city, vaster and more splendid than anything that he had dreamed of, greater and stronger than Isengard, and far more beautiful. Yet it was in truth falling year by year into decay, and already it lacked half the men that could have dwelt at ease there. In every street they passed some great house or court, over whose doors and arched gates were carved many fair letters of strange and ancient shapes, names Pippin guessed of great men and kindreds that had once dwelt there, and yet now they were silent, and no footstep rang on their wide pavements, nor voice was heard in their halls, nor any face looked out from door or empty window. At last they came out of shadow to the seventh gate, and the warm sun that shone down beyond the river as Frodo walked in the glades of Ithilien glowed here on the smooth walls and rooted pillars. Bless me. And the great arch with keystone carven in the likeness of a crowned and kingly head. Gandalf dismounted, for no horse was allowed in the citadel, and Shadowfax suffered himself to be led away at the soft word of his master. The guards of the gate were robed in black, and their helms were of strange shape, high-crowned, with long cheek guards close fitting to the face, and above the cheek guards were set the white wings of sea-birds. But the helms gleamed with a flame of silver, for they were indeed wrought of mithril, heirlooms of the glory of old days. Upon the black surcoats were embroidered in white a tree blossoming like snow beneath a silver crown and many pointed stars. This was the livery of the heirs of Elendil, and none wore it now in all Gondor, none, save the guards of the citadel before the courts of the fountain, where the white tree once had grown. Already it seemed that word of their coming had gone before them, and at once they were admitted silently and without question. Gandalf strode across the white paved court. A sweet fountain played there in the morning sun, and a sward of bright green lay about it. But in the midst, drooping over the pool, stood a dead tree, and the falling drops dripped sadly from its barren and broken branches back into the clear water. Pippin glanced at it as he hurried after Gandalf. It looked mournful, he thought, and he wondered why the dead tree was left in this place, where everything else was well tended. 7 stars and 7 stones, and 1 white tree. The words that Gandalf had murmured came back into his mind, and then he found himself at the doors of the great hall beneath the gleaming tower, and behind the wizard he passed the tall, silent door wardens and entered the cool, echoing shadows of the House of Stone. They walked down a paved passage, long and empty, and as they went, Gandalf spoke softly to Pippin. "Be careful of your words, Master Peregrine. This is no hobbit. This is no time. This is no time for hobbit pertness. Theoden is a kindly old man. Denethor is another sort, proud and subtle, a man of far greater lineage and power, though he is not called a king. But he will speak most to you, and question you much, since you can tell him of his son Boromir. He loved him greatly, too much perhaps, and the more so because they were unlike. But under cover of this love, he will think it easier to learn what he wishes from you rather than from me. Do not tell him more than you need, and leave quiet the matter. Leave quiet the matter of Frodo's errand. I will deal with that in due time. And say nothing about Aragorn either, unless you must." "Well, why not? What is wrong with Strider?" Pippin answered. "He meant to come here, didn't he? And he'll be arriving soon himself anyway." Maybe, said Gandalf, "though if he comes, it is likely to be in some way that no one expects, not even Denethor. It will be better so. At least he should come unheralded by us." Gandalf halted before a tall door of polished metal. "See, Master Pippin, there is no time to instruct you now in the history of Gondor, though it might have been better if you had learned something of it when you were still birds nesting and playing truant in the woods of the Shire. Do as I bid. It is scarcely wise, when bringing the news of the death of his heir to a mighty lord, to speak over much of the coming of one who will, if he comes, claim the kingship. Is that enough?" "Kingship?" said Pippin, amazed. "Yes," said Gandalf. "If you have walked all these days with closed ears and mind asleep, wake up now!" He knocked on the door. The door opened, but no one could be seen to open it. Pippin looked into a great hall. It was lit by deep shadows in the wide aisles at either side, beyond the rows of tall pillars that upheld the roof. Monoliths of black marble, they rose to great capitals, carved in many strange figures of beasts and leaves, and far above in shadow, the wide vaulting gleamed with dull gold, inset with flowing traceries of many colors. No hangings, nor storied webs, nor any things of woven stuff or wood were to be seen in that long, solemn hall. But between the pillars there stood a silent company of tall images, graven in cold stone. Suddenly Pippin was reminded of the hewn rocks of the Argonath, and awe fell on him as he looked down that avenue of kings long dead. At the far end, upon a dais of many steps, was set a high throne under a canopy of marble shaped like a crowned helm. Behind it was carved upon the wall and set with gems an image of a tree in flower. But the throne was empty. At the foot of the dais, Upon the lowest step, which was broad and deep, there was a stone chair, black and unadorned, and on it sat an old man gazing at his lap. In his hand was a white rod with a golden knob. He did not look up. Solemnly, they paced the long floor towards him until they stood 3 paces from his footstool. Then Gandalf spoke. "Hail, Lord and Steward of Minas Tirith, Denethor, son of Icthalion. I am come with counsel and tidings in this dark hour." Then the old man looked up. Pippin saw his carven face, with its proud bones and skin like ivory, and the long curved nose between the dark, deep eyes, and he was reminded not so much of Boromir as of Aragorn. "Dark indeed is the hour," said the old man, "and at such times you are wont to come, Mithrandir. But though all the signs forebode that the doom of Gondor is drawing nigh, less now to me is that darkness than my own darkness. It has been told to me that you bring with you one who saw my son die. Is this he?" "It is," said Gandalf, "one of the twain. The other is with Theoden of Rohan, and may come hereafter. Halflings they are, as you see. Yet this is not he of whom the omen spoke." "Yet a halfling still," said Denethor grimly, "and little love do I bear the name, since those accursed words came to trouble our counsels, and drew away my son on the wild errand to his death. My Boromir, now we have need of you. Faramir should have gone in his stead." "He would have gone," said Gandalf. "Be not unjust in your grief. Boromir claimed the errand and would not suffer any other to have it. He was a masterful man, and one to take what he desired. I journeyed far with him, and learned much of his mood. But you speak of his death. You have had news of that ere we came?" "I have received this," said Denethor, and laying down his rod, he lifted from his lap the thing that he had been gazing at. In each hand he held up one half of a great horn, cloven through the middle. A wild ox horn, bound with silver. "That is the horn that Boromir always wore," cried Pippin. "Verily," said Denethor, "and in my turn I bore it, and so did each eldest son of our house, far back into the vanished years before the failings of the kings, since Vorondil, father of Mardil, hunted the wild kine of Arraw in the far fields of Rhûn. I heard it blowing dim upon the northern marches 13 days ago, when the river brought it to me, broken. It will wind no more." He paused, and there was a heavy silence. Suddenly he turned his black glance upon Pippin. "What say you to that, halfling?" 13 days? 13 days, faltered Pippin. Yes, I think that would be so. Yes, I stood beside him as he blew the horn. But no help came, only more orcs." "So," said Denethor, looking keenly into Pippin's face, "you were there. Tell me more. Why did no help come? And how did you escape, and yet he did not, so mighty a man as he was, and only orcs to withstand him?" Pippin flushed and forgot his fear. "The mightiest man may be slain by one arrow," he said, "and Boromir was pierced by many. When last I saw him, he sank beside a tree and plucked a black-feathered shaft from his side. Then I swooned and was made captive. I saw him no more, and know no more. But I honor his memory. for he was very valiant. He died to save us, my kinsman Meriadoc and myself, waylaid in the woods by the soldiery of the Dark Lord. And though he fell and failed, my gratitude is none the less." Then Pippin looked the old man in the eye, for pride stirred strangely within him, still stung by the scorn and suspicion in that cold voice. "Little service, no doubt, will so great a lord of men think to find in a hobbit, a halfling from the northern shire. Yet such as it is, I will offer it in payment of my debt." Twitching aside his grey cloak, Pippin drew forth his small sword and laid it at Denethor's feet. A pale smile, like a gleam of cold sun on a winter's evening, passed over the old man's face, but he bent his head and held out his hand, laying the shards of the horn aside. "Give me the weapon," he said. Pippin lifted it and presented the hilt to him. "Whence came this?" said Denethor. "Many, many years lie on it. Surely this is a blade wrought by our own kindred in the north, in the deep past?" "It came out of the mounds that lie on the borders of my country," said Pippin, "but only evil wights dwell there now, and I will not willingly tell more of them." "I see that strange tales are woven about you," said Denethor, "and once again it is shown that looks may belie the man, or the halfling. I accept your service, for you are not daunted by words, and you have courteous speech, strange though the sound of it may be to us in the south. And we shall have need of all folk of courtesy, be they great or small, in the days to come. Swear to me now." "Take the hilt," said Gandalf, "and speak after the Lord, if you are resolved in this." "I am," said Pippin. The old man laid the sword along his lap, and Pippin put his hand to the hilt and said slowly, after Denethor, "Here do I swear fealty and service to Gondor, and to the Lord and Steward of the realm, to speak and to be silent, to do and to let be, to come and to go, in need or plenty, in peace or war, in living or dying, from this hour henceforth, until my Lord release me, or death take me, or the world end. So say I, Peregrine, son of Paladin, of the Shire of the Halflings." "And this do I hear, Denethor, son of Ecthelion, Lord of Gondor, Steward of the High King, and I will not forget it, nor fail to reward that which is given, fealty with love, valor with honor, oath-breaking with vengeance." Then Pippin received back his sword and put it in his sheath. "And now," said Denethor, "my first command to you. Speak and be not silent. Tell me your full tale, and see that you recall all that you can of Boromir and my son. Sit now and begin." As he spoke, he struck a small silver gong that stood near his footstool, and at once servants came forward. Pippin saw then that they had been standing in alcoves on either side of the door, unseen, as he and Gandalf entered. "Bring wine and food and seats for our guests," said Denethor, "and see that none trouble us for 1 hour. It is all that I have to spare, for there is much else to heed," he said to Gandalf. "Much of more import it may seem, and yet to me less pressing. But maybe we can speak again at the end of the day." "And earlier, it is to be hoped," said Gandalf, "for I have not ridden hither from Isengard 150 leagues with the speed of wind, only to bring you one small warrior. however courteous. Is it not to you that Theoden has fought a great battle, and that Isengard is overthrown, and that I have broken the staff of Saruman? It is much to me, but I know already sufficient of these deeds for my own counsel against the menace of the East. He turned his dark eyes on Gandalf. And now Pippin saw a likeness between the two, and he felt the strain between them, almost as if he saw a line of smoldering fire drawn from eye to eye that might suddenly burst into flame. Denethor looked indeed much more like a great wizard than Gandalf did, more kingly, beautiful, and powerful, and older. Yet by a sense other than sight, Pippin perceived that Gandalf had the greater power and deeper wisdom, and a majesty that was veiled. And he was older, far older. How much older, he wondered, and then he thought how odd it was that he had never thought about it before. Treebeard had said something about wizards, but even then he had not thought of Gandalf as one of them. What was Gandalf? In what far time and place did he come into the world, and when would he leave it? And then his musings broke off, and he saw that Denethor and Gandalf still looked each other in the eye, as if reading the other's mind. But it was Denethor who first withdrew his gaze. "Yea," he said, "for though the stones be lost, they say, still the lords of Gondor have keener sight than lesser men, and many messages come to them. But sit now." Then men came bearing a chair and a low stool, and one brought a salver with a silver flagon and cups and white cakes. Pippin sat down, but he could not take his eyes from the old lord. Was it so? Or had he only imagined it? That as he spoke of the stones, a sudden gleam of his eye had glanced upon Pippin's face? "Now, tell me your tale, my liege," said Denethor, half kindly, half mockingly. "For the words of one whom my son so befriended will be welcome indeed." Pippin never forgot that hour in the great hall under the piercing eye of the Lord Denethor, the Lord of Gondor, stabbed ever and anon by his shrewd questions, and all the while conscious of Gandalf at his side, watching and listening, and, so Pippin felt, holding in check a rising wrath and impatience. When the hour was over and Denethor again rang the gong, Pippin felt worn out. "It cannot be more than 9 o'clock," he thought. "I could now eat 3 breakfasts on end." "Lead the Lord Mithrandir to the housing prepared for him," said Denethor, "and his companion may lodge with him for the present, if he will. But be it known that I have now sworn him to my service, and he shall be known as Peregrine, son of Paladin, and taught the lesser passwords. Send word to the captains that they shall wait on me here as soon as may be after the 3rd hour has rung. And you, my Lord Mithrandir, shall come too, as and when you will. None shall hinder your coming to me at any time, save only in my brief hours of sleep. Let your wrath at an old man's folly run off, and then return to my comfort." "Folly?" said Gandalf. "Nay, my lord, when you are a dotard, you will die. You can use even your grief as a cloak. Do you think that I do not understand your purpose in questioning for an hour one who knows the least, while I sit by? If you understand it, then be content," returned Denethor. "Pride would be folly that disdained help and counsel at need. But you deal out such gifts according to your own designs. Yet the Lord of Gondor is not to be made the tool of other men's purposes, however worthy. And to him there is no purpose higher in the world, as it now stands, than the good of Gondor, and the rule of Gondor, my lord, is mine and no other man's, unless the king should come again." "Unless the king should come again," said Gandalf. "Well, my lord steward, it is your task to keep some kingdom still against that event, which few now look to see. In that task you shall have all the aid that you are pleased to ask for. But I will say this, the rule of no realm is mine, neither of Gondor nor any other, great or small. But all worthy things that are in peril as the world now stands, those are my care. And for my part, I shall not wholly fail of my task, though Gondor should perish. If anything passes through this night that can still grow fair or bear fruit and flower again in days to come. For I also am a steward. Did you not know?" And with that, he turned and strode from the hall, with Pippin running at his side. Gandalf did not look at Pippin or speak a word to him as they went. Their guide brought them from the doors of the hall, and then led them across the court of the fountain into a lane between tall buildings of stone. After several turns, they came to a house close to the wall of the citadel upon the north side, not far from the shoulder that linked the hill with the mountain. Within, upon the first floor, above the street. Up a wide carven stair, he showed them to a fair room, light and airy, with goodly hangings of dull gold sheen unfigured. It was sparely furnished, having but a small table, 2 chairs, and a bench, but at either side there were curtained alcoves and well-clad beds. Within, with vessels and basins for washing. There were 3 high, narrow windows that looked northward over the great curve of Anduin, still shrouded in mists, towards the Emmanuel and Ralros far away. Pippin had to climb on the bench to look out over the deep stone sill. "Are you angry with me, Gandalf?" he said, as their guide went out and closed the door. "I did the best I could." "Oh, you did indeed," said Gandalf, laughing suddenly. And he came and stood beside Pippin, putting his arm about the hobbit's shoulders and gazing out of the window. Pippin glanced in some wonder at the face now close beside his own, for the sound of that laugh had been gay and merry. Yet in the wizard's face he saw at first only lines of care and sorrow, though as he looked more intently, he perceived that under all there was a great joy, a fountain of mirth, enough to set a kingdom laughing, were it to gush forth. "Indeed, you did your best," said the wizard, "and I hope that it may be long before you find yourself in such a tight corner again, between 2 such terrible old men. Still, the Lord of Gondor learned more from you than you may have guessed, Pippin. You could not hide the fact that Boromir did not lead the company from Moria, and that there was one among you of high honor who was coming to Minas Tirith, and that he had a famous sword. Men think much about the stories of the old days in Gondor, and Denethor has given long thought to the rhyme and to the words Isildur's bane since Boromir went away. He is not as other men of this time, Pippin, and whatever be his descent from father to son, by some chance the blood of Westernesse runs nearly true in him, as it does in his other brother, his other son, Faramir, as it does in his other son, Faramir, and yet did not in Boromir, whom he loved best. He has long sight. He can perceive, if he bends his will thither, much of what is passing in the minds of men, even those that dwell far off. It is difficult to deceive him, and dangerous to try. Remember that, for you are now sworn to his service. I did not know what put it into your head or your heart to do that, but it was well done. I did not hinder it, for generous deeds should not be checked by cold counsel. It touched his heart as well, may I say it, as pleasing his humor. And at least you are free now to move about, as you will in Minas Tirith, when you are not on duty, for there is another side to it. You are at his command, and he will not forget. Be wary still. He fell silent, and sighed. Well, no need to brood on what tomorrow may bring. For one thing, tomorrow will be certain to bring worse than today, for many days to come. And there is nothing more that I can do to help it. The board is set, and the pieces are moving. One piece that I greatly desire to find is Faramir, now the heir to Denethor. I do not think that he is in the city, but I have had no time to gather news. I must go, Pippin. I must go to this Lord's council and learn what I can. But the enemy has the move, and he is about to open his full game, and pawns are likely to see as much of it as any. Peregrine, son of Paladin, soldier of Gondor, sharpen your blade. Gandalf went to the door, and there he turned. I am in haste, Pippin, he said. Do me a favor when you go out, even before you rest, if you are not too weary. Go and find Shadowfax, and see how he is housed. These people are kindly to beasts, for they are good and wise folk, but they have less skill with horses than some. With that, Gandalf went out, and as he did so, there came the note of a clear, sweet bell ringing in the tower of the citadel. 3 strokes it rang, like silver in the air, and ceased. The 3rd hour from the rising of the sun. After a minute, Pippin went to the door and down the stair and looked about the street. The sun was now shining, warm and bright, and the towers and tall houses cast long, clear-cut shadows westward. High in the blue air, Mount Minduluin lifted its white helm and snowy cloak. Armed men went to and fro in the ways of the city, as if going at the striking of the hour to changes of post and duty. 9 o'clock we'd call it in the Shire, said Pippin aloud to himself. Just the time for a nice breakfast by the open window in spring sunshine. And how should I like breakfast? And how I should like breakfast. Do these people ever have it, or is it over? And when do they have dinner? And where? Presently he noticed a man, clad in black and white, coming along the narrow street from the center of the citadel towards him. Pippin felt lonely and made up his mind to speak as the man passed, but he had no need. The man came straight up to him. You are Peregrine, the halfling, he said. I am told that you have been sworn to the service of the lord of the city. Welcome. He held out his hand, and Pippin took it. I am named Beregond, son of Baranor. I have no duty this morning, and I have been sent to you to teach you the passwords and to tell you some of the many things that no doubt you will wish to know. And for my part, I would learn of you also, for never before have we seen a halfling in this land, and though we have heard rumor of them, little is said of them in any tale that we know. Moreover, you are a friend of Mithrandir. Do you know him well? Well, said Pippin, I have known of him all my short life, as you might say, and lately I have traveled far with him. But there is much to read in that book, and I cannot claim to have seen more than a page or two. Yet, perhaps, I know him as well as any but a few. Aragorn was the only one of our company, I think, who really knew him. Aragorn? Said Beregond. Who is he? Oh, stammered Pippin. Oh, he was a man who went about with us. I think he's in Rohan now. You have been in Rohan, I hear. There is much that I would ask you of that land also, for we put much of what little hope we have in its people. But I'm forgetting my errand, which was first to answer what you would ask. What would you know, Master Peregrine? Well, said Pippin, if I may venture to say so, Rather a burning question in my mind at present is, well, what about breakfast and all that? I mean, what are the meal times, if you understand me? And where's the dining room, if there is one? And the inns. I looked, but never a one could I see as we rode up, though I had been borne up by the hope of a draught of ale as soon as we came to the homes of wise and courtly men. Baragon looked at him gravely. An old campaigner, I see, he said. They say that men who go warring afield look ever to the next hope of food and of drink, though I am not a travelled man myself. Then you have not eaten yet today? Well, yes. To speak in courtesy, yes, said Pippin, but no more than a cup of wine and a white cake or two by the kindness of your lord. But he racked me for it with an hour of questions, and that is hungry work. Baragon laughed. At the table, small men may do the greater deeds, we say, but you have broken your fast as well as any man in the citadel, and with greater honor. There is a fortress and a tower of guard. This is a fortress and a tower of guard, and is now in posture of war. We rise ere the sun, and take a morsel in the grey light, and go to our duties at the opening hour. But do not despair, he laughed again, seeing the dismay in Pippin's face. Those who have had heavy duty take somewhat to refresh their strength in the mid-morning. Then there is the nuncheon, at noon or after, as duties allow, and men gather for the day meal, and such mirth as there still may be about the hour of sunset. Come, we will walk a little and then go find us some refreshment, and eat and drink on the battlement, and survey the fair morning. Oh, one moment, said Pippin, blushing. Greed or hunger by your courtesy? Put it out of my mind. But Gandalf, Mithrandir, as you call him, he asked me to see to his horse, Shadowfax, a great steed of Rohan, and the apple of the king's eye, I am told, though he has given him to Mithrandir for his services. I think his new master loves the beast better than he loves many men, and if his goodwill is of any value to the city, you will treat Shadowfax with all honor, with greater kindness than you have treated this hobbit, if it is possible. Hobbit, said Baragon. That's what we call ourselves, said Pippin. I am glad to learn it, said Baragon, for now I may say that strange accents do not mar fair speech. And hobbits are fair-spoken folk. But come, you shall make me acquainted with this good horse. I love beasts, and we see them seldom in this stony city, for my people come from the mountain vales, and before that, from Ithilien. But fear not, the visit shall be short, a mere call of courtesy, and we will go thence to the butteries. Pippin found that Shadowfax had been well housed and tended, for in the sixth circle, outside the walls of the citadel, there were some fair stables, where a few swift horses were kept. Hard by the lodgings of the errand riders of the Lord, messengers always ready to go at urgent command of Denethor, or his chief captains. But now all the horses and the riders were out and away. Shadowfax whinnied as Pippin entered the stable and turned his head. Good morning, said Pippin. Gandalf will come as soon as he may. He is busy, but he sends greetings, and I am to see that all is well with you. And you resting, I hope, after your long labors. Shadowfax tossed his head and stamped. But he allowed Baragon to handle his head gently and stroke his great flanks. He looks as if he were spoiling for a race, and not newly come from a great journey, said Baragon. How strong and proud he is. Where is his harness? It should be rich and fair. None is rich and fair enough for him, said Pippin. He will have none. If he will consent to bear you he does, and if not, well, no bit, bridle, whip, or thong will tame him. Farewell, Shadowfax, have patience. Battle is coming. Shadowfax lifted up his head and neighed, so that the stable shook, and they covered their ears. And then they took their leave, seeing that the manger was well filled. And now for our manger, said Baragond. And he led Pippin back to the citadel, and so to a door in the north side of the great tower. There they went down a long, cool stair into a wide alley lit with lamps. There were hatches in the walls at the side, and one of these was open. This is the storehouse and buttery of my company of the guard, said Baragond. Greetings, Targon, he called through the hatch. It is early yet, but there's a newcomer that the Lord has taken into his service. He has ridden long and far with a tight belt, and, well, has had sore labor this morning, and he is hungry. Give us what you have. They got there bread and butter and cheese and apples. The last of the winter store. Wrinkled but sound and sweet. And a leather flagon of new-drawn ale, and wooden platters and cups. They put all into a wicker basket and climbed back into the sun, and Baragond brought Pippin to a place at the east end of the great out-thrust battlement, where there was an embrasure in the walls, with a stone seat above the sill. From there they could look out on the morning over the world. They ate and drank, and they talked now of Gondor and its ways and customs. Now of the Shire, and the strange countries that Pippin had seen. And ever as they talked, Baragond was more amazed, and looked with greater wonder at the hobbit, swinging his short legs as he sat on the seat, or standing tiptoe upon it to peer over the sill at the lands below. I will not hide from you, Master Peregrine, said Baragond, that to us you look almost as one of our children, a lad of 9 summers or so, and yet you have endured perils and seen marvels that few of our graybeards could boast of. I thought it was the whim of our Lord to take him as a noble page. After the manner of the kings of old, they say. But I see that it is not so, and you must pardon my foolishness. Oh, I do, said Pippin, though you are not far wrong. I am still little more than a boy in the reckoning of my own people, and it will be 4 years before I come of age, as we say in the Shire. But do not bother about me. Come and look and tell me what I can see. The sun was now climbing, and the mists in the vale below had been drawn up. The last of them were floating away just overhead, as wisps of white cloud borne in the stiffening breeze from the east, that was now flapping and tugging the flags and white standards of the citadel. Away down in the valley bottom, 5 leagues or so as the eye leaps, the great river could now be seen gray and glittering, coming out of the northwest, and bending in a mighty sweep south and west again, till it was lost to view in a haze and shimmer, far beyond which lay the sea 50 leagues away. Pippin could see all the Pelennor laid out before him, dotted into the distance, with farmsteads and little walls, barns and byres, but nowhere could he see any kine or other beasts. Many roads and tracks crossed the green fields, and there was much coming and going, wains moving in lines towards the great gate, and others passing out. Now and again, a horseman would ride up and leap from the saddle and hasten into the city. But most of the traffic went out along the chief highway, and that turned south, and then, bending swifter than the river, skirted the hills and passed soon from sight. It was wide and well paved, and along its eastern edge ran a broad green riding track, and beyond that, a wall. On the ride, horsemen galloped to and fro, but all the streets seemed to be choked with great covered wains going south. But soon Pippin saw that all was in fact well ordered. The wains were moving in 3 lines, one swifter, drawn by horses, another slower, great wagons with fair housings of many colors, drawn by oxen, and along the west rim of the road many smaller carts, hauled by trudging men. That is the road to the vales of Tumladen and Lasarnach, and the mountain villages, and then on to Lebanin, said Beregond. There go the last of the wains that bear away to refuge, the aged, the children, and the women that must go with them. They must all be gone from the gate, and the road clear for a league before noon. That was the order. It is a sad necessity, he sighed. Few, maybe, of those now sundered will meet again, and there were always too few children in the city. Oh, but now there are none, save some young lads that will not depart, and may find some task to do. And my own son is one of them. They fell silent for a while. Pippin gazed anxiously eastward, as if at any moment he might see thousands of orcs pouring over the fields. What can I see there? He asked, pointing down to the middle of the great curve of the Anduin. Is that another city, or what is it? It was a city, said Beregond, the chief city of Gondor, of which this was only a fortress. But that is the ruin of Osgiliath, on either side of Anduin, which our enemies took and burned long ago. Yet we won it back in the days of the youth of Denethor, not to dwell in, but to hold as an outpost, and to rebuild the bridge for the passage of our arms. And then came the fell riders out of Minas Morgul. The Black Riders? Said Pippin, opening his eyes, and they were wide and dark with an old fear reawakened. Yes, they were black, said Beregond, and I see that you know something of them, though you have not spoken of them in any of your tales. I know of them, said Pippin softly, but I will not speak of them now. So near, so near. He broke off and lifted his eyes above the river, and it seemed to him that all he could see was a vast and threatening shadow. Perhaps it was mountains looming on the verge of sight, their jagged edges softened by well-nigh 20 leagues of misty air. Perhaps it was but a cloud wall, and beyond that again, yet deeper gloom. But even as he looked, it seemed to his eyes that the gloom was growing and gathering very slowly, slowly rising to smother the regions of the sun. So near to Mordor? Said Beregond quietly. Yes, there it lies. We seldom name it, but we have dwelt ever in sight of that shadow. Sometimes it seems fainter and more distant, sometimes nearer and darker. It is growing and darkening now, and therefore our fear and disquiet grow too. And the fell riders, less than a year ago they won back the crossings, and many of our best men were slain. Boromir it was that drove the enemy at last back from this western shore, and we hold still the near half of Osgiliath for a little while. But we await now a new onslaught here. But we await now a new onslaught there, maybe the chief onslaught of the war that comes. When? Said Pippin. Have you a guess? For I saw the beacons last night and the errand riders, and Gandalf said that it was a sign that war had begun. He seemed in a desperate hurry, but now everything seems to have slowed up again. Only because everything is now ready, said Beregond. It is but the deep breath before the plunge. But why were the beacons lit last night? It is over late to send for aid when you are already besieged, answered Beregond. But I do not know the counsel of the Lord and his captains. They have many ways of gathering news, And the Lord Denethor is unlike other men. He sees far. Some say that as he sits alone in his high chamber, in the tower at night, and bends his thought this way and that, he can read somewhat of the future, and that he will at times search even the mind of the enemy, wrestling with him. And so it is that he is old, worn before his time. But however that may be, my Lord Faramir is abroad, beyond the river, on some perilous errand, and he may have sent tidings. But if you would know what I think set the beacons ablaze, it was the news that came yestereve out of Lebanon. There is a great fleet drawing near to the mouths of Anduin, manned by the corsairs of Umbar in the south. They have long ceased to fear the might of Gondor, and they have allied them with the enemy, and now make a heavy stroke in his cause. For this attack will draw off much of the help that we look to have from Lebanon and Belfalas, where folk are hardy and numerous. All the more do our thoughts go north to Rohan, and more glad are we for these tidings of victory that you bring. And yet he paused and stood up and looked out, round north, east, and south. The doings at Isengard should warn us that we are caught now in a great net and strategy. This is no longer a bickering at the fords, raiding from Ithilien and from Anorian, ambushing and pillaging. This is a great war, long planned. And we are but one piece in it, whatever pride may say. Things move in the east far beyond the inland sea, it is reported, and north in Mirkwood and beyond, and south in Harad. And now all realms shall be put to the test, to stand or fall under the shadow. Yet, Master Peregrine, we have this honor, ever we bear the brunt of the chief hatred of the Dark Lord, for that hatred comes drawn down out of the depths of time and over the deeps of the sea. Here will the hammer-stroke fall hardest, and for that reason Mithrandir came hither in such haste. For if we fall, who shall stand? And, Master Peregrine, do you see any hope that we shall stand? Pippin did not answer. He looked at the great walls, and the towers and brave banners, and the sun and the high sky, and then at the gathering gloom in the east, and he thought of the long fingers of that shadow, of the orcs in the woods and the mountains, the trees and of Isengard, the birds of evil eye, and the black riders even in the lanes of the Shire, and of the winged terror, the Nazgul. He shuddered, and hope seemed to wither. And even at that moment, the sun for a second faltered and was obscured, as though a dark wing had passed across it. Almost beyond hearing, he thought he caught, high and far up in the heavens, a cry, faint but heart-quelling, cruel and cold. He blanched and cowered against the wall. "What was that?" asked Beregond. "You felt also something?" "Yes," muttered Pippin, "it is the sign of our fall, and the shadow of doom, a fell rider of the air." "Yes, the shadow of doom," said Beregond. "I fear that Minas Tirith shall fall. Night comes, the very warmth of my blood seems stolen away." For a time they sat together with bowed heads and did not speak. Then suddenly Pippin looked up and saw that the sun was still shining and the banners still streaming in the breeze. He shook himself. "Oh, it's past," he said. "No, my heart will not yet despair. Gandalf fell and has returned and is with us. We may stand, if only on one leg, or at least be left still upon our knees." "Rightly said," cried Beregond, rising and striding to and fro. "Nay, Nay, nay, though all things must come utterly to an end in time, Gondor shall not perish yet, not though the walls be taken by a reckless foe that will build a hill of carrion before them. There are still other fastnesses and secret ways of escape into the mountains. Hope and memory shall live still in some hidden valley where the grass is green. All the same, I wish it was over for good or ill, said Pippin. I'm no warrior at all, and dislike any thought of battle. But waiting on the edge of one that I can't escape is worst of all. What a long day it seems already. I should be happier if we were not obliged to stand and watch, making no move, striking nowhere first. No stroke would have been struck in Rohan, I think, but for Gandalf. Ah, there you lay your finger on the sore that many feel, said Beregond. But things may change when Faramir returns. He is bold, more bold than many may deem. For in these days men are slow to believe that a captain can be wise and learned in the scrolls of lore and song, as he is, and yet a man of hardihood and swift judgment in the field. But such is Faramir, less reckless and eager than Boromir, but not less resolute. Yet what indeed can he do? We cannot assault the mountains of yonder realm. Our reach is shortened, and we cannot strike till some foe comes within it. Then our hand must be heavy. He smote the hilt of his sword. Pippin looked at him, tall and proud and noble, as all the men that he had yet seen in that land, and with a glitter in his eye as he thought of the battle. Alas, my own hand feels as light as a feather, he thought. But he said nothing. A pawn, did Gandalf say? Perhaps, but on the wrong chessboard. So they talked until the sun reached its height, and suddenly the noon bells were rung, and there was a stir in the citadel, for all save the watchmen were going to their meal. Will you come with me, said Beregond. You may join my mess for this day. I do not know to what company you'll be assigned, or the Lord may hold you at his own command, but you will be welcome, and it will be well to meet as many men as you may, while there is still time. Oh, I shall be glad to come, said Pippin. I'm lonely, to tell you the truth. I left my best friend behind in Rohan, and I've had no one to talk to or jest with. Perhaps I could really join your company? Are you the captain? If so, you could take me on or speak for me? Nay, 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 Beregond laughed. I am no captain. Neither office, nor rank, nor lordship have I, being but a plain man of arms of the 3rd Company of the Citadel. Yet, Master Peregrine, to be only a man of arms of the guard of the Tower of Gondor, is held worthy in the city, and such men have honor in the land. Ah, then it is far beyond me, said Pippin. Take me back to our room, and if Gandalf is not there, I'll go where you like, as your guest. Gandalf was not in the lodging, and had sent no message, so Pippin went with Beregond, and was made known to the men of the 3rd Company, and it seemed that Beregond got as much honor from it as his guest, for Pippin was very welcome. There had already been much talk in the citadel about Mithrandir's companion, and his long closeting with the Lord, and rumor declared that a prince of halflings had come out of the north to offer allegiance to Gondor and 5,000 swords. And some said that when the riders came for Rohan, each would bring behind him a halfling warrior, small maybe, but doughty. Though Pippin had regretfully to destroy this hopeful tale, he could not be rid of his new rank, only fitting, men thought, to one befriended by Boromir and honored by the Lord Denethor. And they thanked him for coming among them, and hung on his words and stories of the outlands, and gave him as much food and ale as he could wish. Indeed, his only trouble was to be wary, according to the counsel of Gandalf, and not to let his tongue wag freely, after the manner of a hobbit among friends. At length Beregond rose. "Farewell for this time," he said. "I have duty now till sundown, as have all the others here, I think. But if you are lonely, as you say, maybe you would like a merry guide about the city. My son would go with you gladly. A good lad, I may say. If that pleases you, go down to the Lost Circle and ask for the old guest house in the Rath Callerdane, in the Lamprights Street. You'll find him there with the other lads that are remaining in the city. There may be things worth seeing down at the great gate ere the closing." He went out, and soon after all the others followed. The day was still fine, though it was growing hazy, and it was hot for March, even so far southwards. Pippin felt sleepy, but the lodging seemed cheerless, and he decided to go down and explore the city. He took a few morsels that he had saved to Shadowfax, and they were graciously accepted, though the horse seemed to have no lack. Even then, he walked on down many winding ways. People stared much as he passed. To his face, men were gravely courteous, saluting him after the manner of Gondor, with bowed head and hands upon their breast. But behind him he heard many calls, as those out of doors cried to others within to come and see the prince of the halflings, the companion of Mithrandir. Many used some other tongue than the common speech, but it was not long before he learned at least what was meant by Ernil e Perianath, and knew that his title had gone down before him into the city. He came at last by arched streets and many fair valleys and pavements to the lowest and widest circle, and there he was directed to the Lamprights Street, a broad way running towards the great gate. In it he found the old guest house, a large building of grey weathered stone, with two wings running back from the street, and between them a narrow greensward, behind which was the many-windowed house. Fronted along its whole width by a pillared porch and a flight of steps down onto the grass. Boys were playing among the pillars, the only children that Pippin had seen in Minas Tirith. And he stopped to look at them. Presently one of them caught sight of him, and with a shout he sprang across the grass and came into the street, followed by several others. There he stood in front of Pippin, looking him up and down. "Greetings," said the lad. "Where do you come from? You're a stranger in the city." "Oh, I was," said Pippin, "but they say I have become a man of Gondor." "Oh, come," said the lad. "Then we are all men here. But how old are you, and what is your name?" "I am 10 years already, and shall soon be 5 feet. I'm taller than you. But then my father is a guard, one of the tallest." "What is your father?" "Which question shall I answer first?" said Pippin. "My father farms the lands round Whitwell, near Tuckborough in the Shire. I am nearly 29, so I pass you there, though I am but 4 feet, and not likely to grow any more, save sideways." "29?" said the lad, and whistled. "Why, you are quite old as my uncle Iorlas. Still," he added hopefully, "I wager I could stand you on your head or lay you on your back." "Oh, well, maybe you could if I let you," said Pippin with a laugh. "Oh, and maybe I could do the same to you. We know some wrestling tricks in my little country, where, let me tell you, I am considered uncommonly large and strong. So, if it came to a trial and nothing else would serve, I might have to kill you. For when you are older you will learn that folk are not always what they seem, and though you may have taken me for a soft stranger lad and easy prey, let me warn you, I am not. I am a halfling, hard, bold, and wicked." Pippin pulled such a grim face that the boy stepped back a pace. But at once he returned with clenched fists and the light of battle in his eye. "Ah, no, no," Pippin laughed. "Don't believe what strangers say of themselves either. I'm not a fighter. But it would be politer in any case for the challenger to say who he is." The boy drew himself up proudly. "I am Burgil, son of Baragond of the Guards," he said. "So I thought," said Pippin, "for you look like your father. I know him, and he sent me to find you." "Oh, then why did you not say so at once?" said Burgil. And suddenly a look of dismay came over his face. "Do not tell me that he has changed his mind, and will send me away with the maidens. No, but no, the last wains have gone." "His message is less bad than that, if not good," said Pippin. "He says that if you would prefer it to standing me on my head, you might show me around the city for a while and cheer my loneliness. I can tell you some tales of far countries in return." Burgil clapped his hands and laughed with relief. "All is well," he cried. "Come on, then. We were soon going to the gate to look on. We will go now." "What is happening there?" "Oh, the captains of the outlands are expected up the south road ere sundown. Come with us, and you will see." Burgil proved a good comrade, the best company Pippin had had since he parted from Mary, and soon they were laughing and talking gaily as they went about the streets, heedless of the many glances that men gave them. Before long, they found themselves in a throng going towards the great gate. There Pippin went up much in the esteem of Burgil, for when he spoke his name and the password, the guard saluted him and let him pass through. And what was more, he allowed him to take his companion with him. "Ooh, that is good," said Burgil. "We boys are no longer allowed to pass the gate without an elder. Now we shall see better." Beyond the gate there was a crowd of men along the verge of the road and of the great paved space into which all the ways to Minas Tirith ran. All eyes were turned southwards, and soon a murmur rose. "There's dust! Away there! They are coming!" Pippin and Burgil edged their way forward to the front of the crowd and waited. Horns sounded at some distance, and the noise of cheering rolled towards them like a gathering wind. Then there was a loud trumpet blast, and all about them people were shouting. "Forlong! Forlong!" Pippin heard men calling. "What do they say?" he asked. "Forlong has come," Burgil answered. "Old Forlong the Fat, the Lord of Lossarnach. That is where my grandsire lives." "Hurrah! Here he is! Good old Forlong!" Leading the line, there came walking a big, thick-limbed horse, and on it sat a man of wide shoulders and huge girth, but old and grey-bearded, yet mail-clad and black-helmed, and bearing a long, heavy spear. Behind him marched, proudly, a dusty line of men, well armed and bearing great battle-axes. Grim-faced they were, and shorter and somewhat swarthier than any men that Pippin had yet seen in Gondor. "Forlong!" men shouted. "True heart, true friend, Forlong!" But when the men of Lossarnach had passed, they muttered, "So few? 200s? What are they? We hoped for 10 times that number. Oh, that will be the new tidings of the Black Fleet. They are sparing only a tithe of their strength. Still, every little is a gain." And so the companies came, and were hailed and cheered, and passed through the gate, men of the outlands, marching to defend the city of Gondor in dark hour, but always too few, always less than hope looked for or need asked, the men of Ringlow Vale, behind the son of their lord, Dervorin, striding on foot, 300s. From the uplands of Morthond, the great Blackroot Vale, tall Duinhir with his sons, Duelin and Derufin, and 500 bowmen. from the Anfalas, the Lang Strand far away. A long line of men of many sorts, hunters and herdsmen and men of little villages, scantily equipped, save for the household of Golasgil, their lord. From Lamadon, a few grim hillmen without a captain. Fisherfolk of the Ether, some 100 or more, spared from the ships. Here Lewin, the fair, of the green fields from Pineth Gilin, with 300 of gallant, green-clad men. And last and proudest, Imrahil, prince of Dol Amroth, kinsman of the Lord, with gilded banners bearing his token of the ship and the silver swan. And a company of knights in full harness riding grey horses. And behind them 700 of men at arms, tall as lords, grey-eyed, dark-haired, singing as they came. And that was all. Less than 3,000 full told. No more would come. Their cries and the tramp of their feet passed into the city and died away. The onlookers stood silent for a while. Dust hung in the air, for the wind had died and the evening was heavy. Already the closing hour was drawing nigh, and the red sun had gone behind Mindoluin. Shadow came down on the city. Pippin looked up, and it seemed to him that the sky had grown ashen gray, as if a vast dust and smoke hung above them, and light came dully through it. But in the west, the dying sun had set all the fume on fire, and now Mindoluin stood black against a burning smolder flecked with embers. So ends a fair day in wrath, he said, forgetful of the lad at his side. So it will, if I have not returned before the sundown bells, said Burgel. Come, 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 come. There goes the trumpet for the closing of the gate. Hand in hand, they went back into the city, the last to pass the gate before it was shut. And as they reached the lamplight street, all the bells in the towers tolled solemnly. Lights sprang in many windows, and far from the houses and wards of the men at arms, along the walls, there came the sound of song. Farewell for this time, said Burgel. Take my greetings to my father, and thank him for the company he sent. Come again soon, I beg. Almost I wish now that there was no war, for we might have had some merry times. We might have journeyed to Lussarnock, to my grandfather's house. It is good to be there in spring. The woods and fields are full of flowers. But maybe we will go thither together yet. They will never overcome our lord, and my father's very valiant. Farewell, and return. They parted, and Pippin hurried back towards the citadel. It seemed a long way, and he grew hot and very hungry, and night closed down swift and dark. Not a star pricked the sky. He was late for the day meal in the mess, and Baragond greeted him gladly and sat him at his side to hear news of his son. After the meal, Pippin stayed a while, and then took his leave, for a strange gloom was on him, and now he desired very much to see Gandalf again. Can you find your way? Said Baragond at the door of the small hall, on the north side of the citadel, where they had sat. It is a black night, and all the blacker, since orders came that lights are to be dimmed in the city, and none are to shine out from the walls. And I can give you news of another order. You will be summoned to the Lord Denethor early tomorrow. I fear you will not be for the third company. Still, we may hope to meet again. Farewell, and sleep in peace. The lodging was dark, save for a little lantern set on the table. Gandalf was not there. Gloom settled still more heavily on Pippin. He climbed on the bench and tried to peer out of the window, but it was like looking into a pool of ink. He got down and closed the shutter and went to bed. For a while he lay and listened for sounds of Gandalf's return, and then he fell into an uneasy sleep. In the night he was awakened by a light, and he saw that Gandalf had come and was pacing to and fro in the room beyond the curtain of the alcove. There were candles on the table and rolls of parchment. He heard the wizard sigh and mutter, "When will Faramir return?" "Hello," said Pippin, poking his head around the curtain. "Hello, hello. I thought you had forgotten all about me. I'm glad to see you back. It's been a long day." "But the night will be too short," said Gandalf. "I have come back here, for I must have a little peace alone. You should sleep in a bed while you still may. At the sunrise, I shall take you to the Lord Denethor again. No, when the summons come, not at sunrise. The darkness has begun. There will be no dawn." And that is the very end of the first chapter of The Return of the King. Well, that concludes our broadcast for tonight. My friends, you can watch all of the archives of the readathon, which began on Christmas morning with The Hobbit. You can watch all of the archives on shopxsn.com. That's SHOPXSN, the online geek shopping network with all the coolest stuff. So thank you very much to Sean Astin, the inimitable Rudy. Oh, we love you, man. Thank you so much, Sean, for being part of our readathon. Tomorrow we will have more of The Return of the King, and many more guests are coming, including Bruce Hopkins, who played Gamling, the right-hand man of King Theoden. And we also have Billy Boyd, none other than Pippin himself, who will join us very soon. Not to be outdone, we will also have Jed Brophy. That's right, Jed Brophy, who played a variety of orcs in The Lord of the Rings and other creatures, and especially Nori, the dwarf of Thorin Oakenshield's company in the Hobbit trilogy. Jed Brophy, Sean Astin, Gamling, Bruce Hopkins, Billy Boyd, and more stars from The Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit films will be joining us. Please use hashtag LOTR Live Read as we continue this fantastic experience. Thank you guys very much. This is your humble reader and your host, Clifford Broadway, also known as QuickBeam on theonering.net, signing off.
Hi guys, welcome to XSN, your shopping network, live here in Hollywood, California at Meltdown Comics. I am joined today with a special effects guru, Fawn Davis.
Hi, how are you? It's good to be here.
Yay. So I've heard that you have a lot of pretty cool stuff
Yeah.
that you're going to be talking about today.
Absolutely.
Yeah?
I want everyone to buy this DVD set because it's amazing. No, I reveal a lot of Hollywood's, big secrets, behind-the-scenes secrets, things that no one has really ever revealed.
'Cause
So
most people have turned a little bit more towards like CG and like computer kind of stuff. So you focus on more practical effects.
Yeah,
like the
yeah.
miniatures, models.
exactly, yeah,
Tangible things.
we gotta blow things up,
Nice, nice. And
but we gotta
everybody
build
likes-
them first, and that's
everybody
where
likes
all
to
the
do that.
secrets are.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nice.
absolutely.
Well, cool. So tell me a little bit about each. You
Yeah.
have introduction to
Yeah.
model making.
Yep, basically I have 3 DVDs, and the big special is these are usually almost $70 to buy all 3 of these. And just today, it's an exclusive for this show, we're selling all 3 for $50. So you can go online, you can click the link. $50, yeah. No, it's a good savings, and it's a lot of fun. I think it would be like 14 hours of viewing for $50. But basically, it's a series of DVDs that all focus on model making, professional model making.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can someone like a hobbyist, like kind of look at stuff like this and?
Absolutely. Yeah, a lot of the training that I focus on, I try to make it very accessible to people. I teach with the Stan Winston School. We do the same
nice.
thing over there, so it's
Nice.
instruction is not unfamiliar to me. And I just saw a need for this because there's a lot of people who work in this field, a lot of people who want to work in the field, and there's no schools that really teach this anymore. So this is really literally the only place you can get this information.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That is really, really awesome. So, okay, so you make a model in this one.
Yep.
What is this building over here?
Yeah, so I've got the 3 DVDs. This one here is mock-up and card model making. So that one I focus exclusively on card model making. I call it office-friendly model making.
Okay.
Because you just need a hot glue gun, a straight edge, and a foam core and paper, and you just can build models. They're just paper models. But we use them a lot when we design things because it helps you kind of visualize exactly what you're going to build later in a much larger scale. It's very easy to make changes to it, so when you're in the design process, working with foam core models is really good because you can adapt it and change it as your ideas about that design change.
Okay, so you're not wasting a ton of money on like plywood or
Yes.
like paint or other kinds of fabrication stuff.
Exactly. And it's very fast. A model like this that I build in the professional model making DVD is about 40 hours of building. The model that I did, there's 40 hours
That
of.
looks really good.
Oh, thank you. And then the foam core model DVD, it focuses on the really fast way to build things,
Okay.
right? So the foam core models, like that one, only took about 3 hours.
Really?
Yeah. Once you get down the techniques, it's really, really simple, because you're just folding paper. But specifically what I teach here is how to fold paper and make it look very professional and very tidy. Because the trick with foam core, I got some here with me actually. The trick with foam core is it's actually paper sandwiched between foam.
That's what I was about to ask. What
yeah.
exactly is foam core?
Yeah, and so what you want to do is you want to fold it and cut it and glue it together in a way that doesn't reveal the foam. So that's what I go over, how you can create shapes without actually showing all that foam. And it just looks like a beautiful paper model. And no one knows how you did it. It's pretty fun. That's a lot of why I do this kind of stuff, is because it feels very much like you're a magician. And that's what people can learn from all these DVDs, is how magicians in the industry work, and also how to be a magician if that's the way you want to go.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
It's-
So what's this one over here?
This one
Sense
here
of
is actually,
scale?
it's a documentary done by a good friend of mine, Burton Pierce. He directed it. He went through an incredible amount of effort recording interviews of model makers from all over the world that have worked on pretty much every big feature film you can imagine. It's 4.5 hours. He's thrown all the bonus materials, the extended interviews, and he just goes through a lot of great behind-the-scenes photographs and people telling stories about what it was like to work on Hollywood's biggest movies.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I always love the behind-the-scenes stories of different things.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah, and-
something about there was the claw in, who was that? That was, the claw was in Nightmare Before Christmas, wasn't it? It was
Oh,
this thing that
right,
they put on
yeah,
the wall.
yeah. There was, well, yeah, when we were working on Nightmare Before Christmas, someone found a bird claw in the alley behind the studio. And they brought it in and they pinned it to the wall. It was just this pigeon claw that had been dried up, so it wasn't too gross or anything, but it was a pigeon claw. And it had this great shape to it. So everyone just started saying claw, and it became this kind of verbiage around the studio, and it was this thing. And Bill Bowes, one of the model makers on that production, he made a stencil of the claw with the word claw and the claw coming out of the claw, and that got spray painted all over the place in the studio and around the neighborhood, maybe. I don't want to get anyone in trouble, but it was a long time ago. But and I'm sure it was paint that washed off in rain.
Yeah.
Absolutely
Yeah,
sure about that. But
Watercolors.
exactly. No, but it became such a thing that in the movie, if you actually watch it closely, anytime there was a brand name in Nightmare Before Christmas, it was the word claw. So in the piano, right above the keyboard where you see the name of the piano, it's a claw piano. And it's a claw, like the hearse that was driving around Christmasland had claw on the front. So claw is everywhere, yeah. And those are the kind of stories. That story is not on this DVD, that's mine. But those are the kind of really great fun behind the scenes stories you get to hear about in that. Yeah.
So, what do people use models for in general? I mean, I understand that people use them in like special effects on movies. Some people use them as like hobbyists, and they build train cities and stuff like that. But
it's actually really, really diverse, different areas that people make models and use models for. We all know about motion pictures.
yeah,
And most of the ones you see in motion pictures these days get blown up because it's still something that's really difficult to achieve in computer graphics. You can use physics sims, and you could do absolutely anything in the computer you can imagine, but it's sometimes less expensive and sometimes looks a lot better to just blow up a real object. So that's where a lot of that gets used. But outside of motion pictures, we use them to design things. So product design, you still have to make prototypes and things like that. We also use them in, there's some yelling and stuff. We're live. This is how you can tell this is a real live show. There's all kinds of action happening here at Meltdown Comics. Anyway, continuing, we'll use models to design products, to design technology. We had to make models of performance capture headgear. We've modeled parts for cameras. We've done products that become toys overseas, or little maquettes and sculptures. Sometimes we just use models to demonstrate a set that we're going to build in live action. Or even designing environments and things as a miniature, so we can really take a 360 look at it for a CG movie. So we'll even build models for CG movies, so we can. It's a visualization tool.
So wait, you're saying before you actually get to like the computer animation and stuff like that, people actually still use models to visualize what that CG movie is going to look like?
Yes, exactly. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah, we do a lot of that. Not every movie, but a lot of movies. There are certain directors, and it is actually really handy, especially if you're planning a live action shot, to have a model in front of you and to get a director's viewfinder or a camera and just actually get down and see what you're going to build before you spend. It could be $1 million for a set or $20,000 for a set. And then now you've just spent 3 hours on a foam core model, or maybe you've sculpted a maquette and figured out a costume or a character for a much lower cost, and you can really finesse the detail, get it perfect before you pull the trigger on the very expensive full-size build.
Nice.
So yeah, models are used quite a bit in all different areas. I'm constantly surprised at the calls we get at my studio.
So wait, you have a studio?
Yes, yeah. Fonco is it's a full production studio, but it starts in the art department and production department.
Okay.
So, and we do models in the production department, art department. We do have 3D printers, so we do some work in the computer. We still do a lot of physical work.
You have 3D printers?
We have 5 3D printers.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, this is so cool.
That's going to be on a later DVD. I want to do an advanced model making DVD that features all that stuff. But this one here, I really wanted to focus on how do you do it if you don't have a 3D printer or a laser cutter or all the expensive tools. You know, so I just, you know, again, I wanted to make it accessible. I wanted everyone at home to be able to make professional style models without having to put in a huge investment, you know. So, but
Well, that's so nice of you.
oh, well, thanks. Well, you know what's really amazing about this? Since I came out with this DVD, it's been a lot of fun. It's been out for over a year. And the feedback from people who have purchased the DVD has been really instrumental in how I approached the planning for the next DVD in the series, as well as there were some surprises in terms of who was buying the DVD.
So wait, who are the like people that are buying the DVD?
Well, I always thought, this is the interesting thing. I always thought people would buy a professional model making instructional DVD to become a model maker because they want to make models. But actually what I've discovered is over half of the people who buy this just want to see how we do this stuff. And they have absolutely no intention of building a spaceship, which I was a little disappointed by. I mean, it's great because more sales, not a bad thing. But I was a little disappointed because I wanted the flood of photographs on my Facebook page of people and what they built. And then I kept asking people, send me pictures of what you built. And if you buy this, please send me pictures of what you built, because I find it endlessly interesting to see what people do with the knowledge once they have it. But a lot of people said, yeah, I'm not going to build anything.
I just want to see how it's
I
made.
just want to see it. And I've gotten a lot of really great compliments on how we produced it. I did watch a lot of instructional DVDs, and I found a lot of them, frankly, very, very boring. And some just straight up hard to stay awake through.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about stuff that I wanted to learn about, deeply wanted to learn. You know, I just wanted to know this information. And
Like
some of these
halfway in,
DVDs,
you have a pillow and you're just like,
oh yeah, absolutely. I'm out cold. There's a whole set of those that I still haven't gotten through after about 4 years. But so what after seeing all that, I really wanted to make this feel more like you're just hanging out with me in my shop, and we're just making cool stuff. And I've heard a lot of great feedback in terms of the entertainment value, not just the instructional value of the DVDs. So
yeah, I saw a snippet of it and it had a couple little funny characters that, you know, kept it actually very engaging. And you're just like, oh, that's so cute. Oh, that totally makes sense. And I was
Yeah.
just like, huh, it's a
Yeah.
smart way to do it.
yeah, well, I wanted to produce it like a show, something you might see on television, you know,
Yeah.
not just like something you'd see in a classroom.
So it's all three of these that are originally almost $70. That's
Yep.
$70 menu hamburgers at McDonald's, guys. 70. Only for $50.
Yeah, $50, and that's just here. You can't get that deal anywhere else. There's a special link just for XSN, and otherwise they are available on Amazon, but you're going to pay more.
Yeah.
So it's a really good deal.
Cool.
Yep.
So do you want to maybe go over a little bit of?
Yeah, you know, this one here, I haven't talked about the introduction to professional model making too much yet. This one, I actually build this spaceship that you're looking at right here on the DVD to demonstrate different model making techniques. And so I start with the core. Inside this is an armature. So I go over how to build armatures and what the armatures are for.
So what exactly is an armature, just to tell people?
It's like a skeleton.
Okay.
Yeah, so your skeleton is an armature for your muscle and your skin, you know, and that's basically what we have to do with all models, especially if we want to mount them on a rod. Like this has a rod sticking in the rear of the spacecraft right now, but this panel comes off and there's one that can go in the top. It's got ability to mount one on the bottom. And that's for photography. So when we're shooting models, a lot of times we'll have specific mounting locations so that you can have the rod go away from camera. Because you don't want the rod obviously appearing in front of your model.
Yeah.
So a lot of times they have different pick points for models. And so that has to be built into the armature. And so you think about all the things that the skeleton has to do. Is there movement? Does it have to be steel or aluminum or wood? You know, it's all based on how big it's going to be, how cantilevered out it's going to be, that kind of stuff. There's a lot of considerations.
Okay.
But once you get past the skeleton, then you get kind of into the more fun part, and that's actually making all the body and the structure. These here are vacuum formed out of plastic. And
Well, I actually have a quick question first.
Sure.
When someone orders this, should they go pick up some kind of specific, you know, model kit or something, or
well,
did you make all of
Well,
this?
this is almost completely from scratch. There is a technique called kit bashing that I also cover in the DVD, where you buy model kits, and you know, I even brought a couple here just to kind of demonstrate. But you know, we'll buy model kits, and they have all kinds of little parts. Like this one's a ship, and this one's a tank. And what we'll do is we'll use the parts from these kits. I always keep an eye out at garage sales and stuff for these, because you're never going to build that ship or that tank. You're just going to steal a bunch of parts from it and use it for detail. So all these pieces right here are actually from a Harrier jump jet. There's a little component from a F4 Phantom, and you know, just these random pieces. The wings are actually from an F4, and then these wings here are from also a Harrier jump jet.
That is awesome.
And the reason we do that is on movies, or when you're doing a project, you know, the goal is not to waste a lot of time.
Yeah.
So if there's something you can get off the shelf, we always say off the shelf is always better. Because
heard
we
that.
just, yeah,
I've
exactly.
heard that.
So it means that you can put all your energy into the parts that have to be custom. And the parts that don't have to be custom, you don't waste your energy on that. Because you can just buy it and stick it on there. And that's where the kit bashing comes in. It also gives you the ability to get into a lot more detail than you might have time to do.
Yeah.
You know, so yeah, the kit bashing is pretty instrumental.
I like the name too, kit bashing.
Yeah, I don't know where that term came from. It sounds very aggressive, and it's not really kit bashing.
You're not taking a baseball bat and just like
Yeah,
breaking
you're not
up
actually
some.
bashing kits, but you're using them in ways that they weren't intended. And then, yeah, the rest of it is actually from scratch. And I cover, you know, we made one engine, or I made one engine in the DVD. I always say we because we had a whole crew shooting this. So it was definitely a team effort.
No, it's you and the audience that's making it.
Right, that's right. So just you and me. You and me, we're going to make a model together. Yeah, on the engines, you know, I show how to actually build an engine and then mold it and cast it. Molding and casting is like a really, really great thing, because you could take a single object and replicate it as many times as you want. Like a lot of the skills that I teach here, they're fun. I still have just as much fun now as I did when I first started.
That is awesome.
And I've been doing this for over 25 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, okay, so what have you worked on? Like,
Yeah, I've worked on over 30 feature films, including the Star Wars series, the Matrix series, Terminator series, Jurassic Park series, Galaxy Quest,
guru over here.
Starship Troopers, Nightmare Before Christmas, Coraline. No, it goes on. Just look it up on IMDb, and then buy my DVD.
That is so cool. 30. Wow. Like, what do you think whenever someone's like, yeah, here, you can work on Star Wars? What do you start like jumping up and down inside, or
No,
or you're just like, oh, I got this?
Yeah, that's more like that. It's more like that, because you got to be professional. You know, you gotta focus. You're working on R2D2. It's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool. Just something I grew up with when I was a kid. Had the toy. Yeah. No, it's pretty. It's kind of surreal, you know, to get the opportunity to work on all these movies, especially when they're movies that you would go see multiple times. And that's one of the reasons I really love my job, because this is the kind of stuff that I enjoy watching. So it's like I feel like I understand my audience, perhaps. Yeah, and that's also why I made these, because I love it so much. I want everyone to know what it's like to do this stuff, you know, because it is tons of fun. Every time you learn a new technique, you want to do it, like on everything. You know, you just want to. It changes the way you look at the world around you too. You'll start looking at things around your house like, I can mold that.
Yeah.
I can cast that. I can have 12 of them, and each one can be a different color. Maybe I'll make it in clear plastic, you know. Maybe I'll make it in translucent red, you know. It's amazing the doors that it unlocks in terms of creativity, you know.
So how exactly do you go about making a mold?
Oh, molds are fun. So molds basically, and I actually brought one here with me. Actually, I brought a couple.
Yeah, you have a couple of cool
Yeah.
things over here.
So this is a mold for this pistol. This was for a science fiction movie that we just worked on called Space Command. And this was actually a really quick and dirty, low-budget prop. But when you know how to do this stuff, you can actually get away with doing really amazing things and not spending a ton of money. And that's really the object of all production, is to get the most bang for your buck. So on this one, basically what we did is we built a foam core box, and you pour the rubber in as a liquid around your prop. So this is actually set up inside a box. You pour the rubber in, And then after the rubber cures, you take a scalpel and you cut open the rubber. And you separate the two halves of the mold. You pull out the original, and then now you have this great negative of your prop.
That is so cool.
Yeah, so it gets all the detail. And then this little zigzag pattern cut here is called a jeweler's cut. And that's designed so that when you put the silicone back together, you could see the seam is flawless. It lines up exactly. Every time you pull this apart, put it back together, it lines up in exactly the same place. And then we use the wood on this one just to kind of stiffen it to keep the gun from like getting twisted and weird looking.
Nice. Yeah, you
But yeah.
want a gun with the barrel shooting sideways.
And then you just wrap this, I just have a couple rubber bands here, but you put a lot of rubber bands around it, and then you pour your liquid resin inside, and it cures, and then when it cures, you have another gun. So, for this particular project, we made like 6 of these, and we were able to make them in a day. So the level of detail that's here, to be able to get 6 of these in one day, is why mold making becomes impressive. That's why all this stuff is so impressive and so much fun.
So is there a specific type of resin that you have to use to make stuff like this, or are there different kinds?
There are every type of resin you can imagine.
Really?
Yeah, Smooth On is actually our favorite vendor for that, and this is a urethane, and they make urethanes that are flexible. They make urethanes that are rigid, like this is a rigid urethane. They make urethanes that are flexible and foamed, so they actually are really super lightweight because inside they're filled with air bubbles, so it's just like a foam. But they also make a flexible foam, like you would have in your mattress. So, and they have translucent materials and opaque materials, and they have high impact materials. The plastics available, especially the resins and stuff, have, that's also made model making really fun. Is the number of products available to model makers today is mind blowing. Yeah. It seems to be like the whole maker movement, the Stan Winston School taking off, these DVDs doing so well. I think a lot of people are kind of finally bored with just sitting in front of the computer, and they want to make things.
Yeah.
And that's really driving an entire market, and the products that are being manufactured for that are really growing because of that too. Because the companies that manufacture plastics are recognizing that, people like you at home want to make things like this for fun. And so they have all the great products for it.
That's fascinating.
Yeah.
Cool. Wait, can I?
Yeah. Yeah,
so
and this
cool.
one is actually pretty lightweight, but you can also, there's all these weird tricks. You could actually fill this with real metal shot, and we'll do that sometimes so that the actor can have weight.
It'll actually feel like
Yeah,
a gun.
exactly. Or if it's something you want to put in your office and you want it to feel like people pick it up. Wow, holy smokes, that's real, isn't it? I don't want to shoot anyone. Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, and I have an extra mold here. We could demonstrate if we can get it in front of our little camera there. But basically, what you usually do is you start with, where is the seam going to be? For this, I actually want to go straight across and then curve, right?
So
and
wait,
then you can't even
Is this
see
supposed
that
to be
cut.
zigzagged?
Well, first you do the clean cut because you want the outside to be very clean.
Oh, okay.
Part of this, people pay a lot of money for our services, so one of the things that we try to do is be really, really tidy about how we work, so that when they see the mold that they paid a lot of money for, it looks very professional. And just having that clean line just makes it fit back together well, and it also looks good. And so you just get one of these hook scalpels, and you just start cutting a zigzag, right? Mm-hmm. And then once you get in deep enough, you actually use these. These are they're actually for snap ring pliers for automobiles.
Okay.
But we buy them. There's this type that has the flat bill. Mm-hmm. And then it allows you to just stick that right into the rubber.
Oh, nice.
And then now I follow that same zigzag pattern that I've already established. And I just keep doing that.
Do you go along the same zigzag, or do you alternate zigzags?
You try to stay in the same zigzag, and you try to make them not too steep, because you don't want to make a bunch of little flappy shapes that are going to keep it from closing. You want them to be shallow. So they register the two halves together, but see, and then there's the part. Once you get to the part, you want to do a straight cut.
Turn it a little bit.
Oops.
So you can see it.
Yeah, okay. So once you get to the part, you do a straight line again because you want the seam on your part that you're removing to be straight. So anyway, I don't know how much you can see, but that's the kind of thing that I teach in the DVD. And you can see how easy it is.
Wow, it's really cool. Oh, and you can see the part in there. Just a little bit. I don't know if you can see that. Here, grab that tool. All right, I want to do this. So wait, and I squeeze it, right?
Yep.
I don't know. Ooh,
Yep.
did I just
So
break
just stick it in there. No, you can't break it. It's actually really, really stretchy.
Can you see the white? There's a part in there.
Yep.
There is, I promise. It's really cool.
Did you want to try it?
Fun. Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, here. Let's go ahead and just, I already started the cut there.
Okay.
So what you could do is just go ahead and take the knife.
Okay.
I'll go ahead and hold this open for you. Can we get that in there? Okay, and go ahead and just try cutting a zigzag. Look at that, you're a natural.
That's really
Yeah, see
cool.
it's pretty easy, right?
And it's not too hard to cut the rubber here.
No.
Ooh. Oh, that was a piece, wasn't it? The part?
Oh, yeah, it's yeah,
I touched it.
you're going real deep.
Oops.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So,
Cool.
yeah. So that's exactly it. That's what we do.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's gonna be good. I can't wait to get that part out. See, that's it. It's like everything you do is so exciting and so much fun.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and again, it's not expensive. You know, this DVD set, not expensive. There are companies that sell educational DVDs, and they're often $100 just for one DVD.
Yeah.
So to get all three of these for $50 is a really, really fantastic deal.
Yeah, and you go over things such as like concept model design, model armatures, carving patterns,
Yep.
vacuum forming.
Yes.
Can you tell me a little
Yeah,
bit about
vacuum
that?
forming. Yeah, yeah.
Because
So
when I think of vacuum, I think of, you know, cleaning up the carpet.
yeah,
or
vacuum
something,
forming.
You know?
Vacuum forming is one of those really, really great magic tricks. So this one here is this is just a plastic shell. But to get a shape like this, what you do is you actually start with a flat sheet of plastic, and you load it into a machine, and you heat it up.
Okay.
And then you drop it over a form that is shaped like whatever you want.
Okay.
Then you turn on a vacuum and it sucks the plastic over it, and then you can pull your pattern out, and then you're left with a shell.
Oh, that's so
So this is it, and this is how they made stormtroopers for Star Wars. So
was
the
just about to
armor,
say.
they use it a lot for costume armor because it's lightweight. You know, it's a lightweight plastic, but it's pretty durable.
Okay.
You know, and it's very easy to make.
So how
It's
would
a lot easier than working with metal.
How would you go about taking this piece of plastic and, let's say, for a movie, making it look like it's metal? Like, I mean, it's plastic. It's
Yeah.
like-
Yeah, that all
Plastic
comes
with
down to the
plastic.
different paint techniques.
Okay. Do you
Right.
go over
So-
something like that?
Yeah, I cover paint as well. Yeah, it's everything. I do this from start to finish. And there's the real trick in professional model making, which is different than hobby model making, is you come up with techniques that make it look like you spent a lot of time without actually spending a lot of time.
Okay.
So if you're impatient and you like model making, you want my DVD. The impatience actually serves you well in the motion picture industry because you are always under deadline.
Okay.
You always have budgets and things like that. So it's just really great to be able to do things quickly. And the paint techniques in particular are very, very fast. You'd be surprised how quick it is to arrive at a really complex paint job. And the real trick to detail and a real trick to paint jobs, it's the same thing as if you were working in Photoshop. It's all about layers, right?
Okay.
So on this one, I started with a base coat of just the primer, and then I did the base of green, and I called out a couple solid colors like the gray and like a darker gray, and then you go in and you what's called panelization, and that's when you use an airbrush. This is my favorite brand airbrush here. This is a little Pache. Again, not expensive. These things are only $30 on a blister pack.
Really?
And I often work with 3 of them because they're so inexpensive. The key to airbrushing for us at our studio is we want very few parts. We want it to be very easy to clean. And it just allows us to move really quickly and not get slowed down with real finicky airbrushes. This is like the workhorse of airbrushes. These are the kinds of tricks that you'll learn in these DVDs.
So
What kind of equipment to buy,
where does
you know.
the paint go?
The
Like,
paint
does it
actually goes in
travel
a.
up the tube, or?
No, this goes to an air compressor, so it
okay.
blows air through here, and a bottle sits here, and it holds your paint, and then you can adjust this for the flow, and you just push the button,
Oh, that's cool.
and then paint comes out, you know. So what we'll do is we'll actually paint directionally, so like to get the panelization and stuff on these wings, I would actually mask it all off and just spray just a little bit.
Mask it like with tape, right?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. And then I would just spray just a little bit from just one direction. And what that does is it gives you a really great gradient color you can kind of see here. So it's lighter where I went with a lighter green. So it's lighter right next to the tape, and then it gets darker as it gets away from the airbrush. And so that creates the panelization. But then it's still going to look really weird. And that's the really fun part about the paint jobs too, is they look awkward, and then you do the wash.
Okay.
And the
So
wash is
what's a
what
wash?
ties it all together. The wash is, I like to work with latex paints watered down, and I'll just spray that on. Sometimes I'll wet the model down if it's something really dry. You don't want it to absorb all the wash or the paint.
Okay.
So I'll wet it down, and then I'll spray on some wash, and then I have tricks. And one of the best tricks I ever learned was you spritz on just a little bit of alcohol.
Okay.
Isopropyl alcohol. I'll keep it in a spritzer bottle, or I'll have another airbrush with just that in it. And when you hit the paint with that, it creates a really complex pattern. And you can hit it as many times as you want, and you can kind of work it back and forth, and you can dab it with a rag. And what that does is it gives you a very, very complex pattern that looks like aging or dirt or grime that has taken years to build up.
Because that's how the real world is.
Exactly.
It's not
And it's
clean and tidy.
Exactly. And I call it taking the curse off. When you have a model and it looks completely new and looks like a toy, you do a wash on it, you do a few things to like make it dirty and feel used, and then that takes the curse off. Now it looks like something real. That's when it starts to look scale.
So the reason you only go in one direction is to make it look like it's moving, or?
Yeah, on a car or a spacecraft or anything like that.
Because cars don't drive sideways.
Yeah, you want all your gradients to work from front to back, because it gives it that sense that it was moving when all this weathering and stuff happens. So it gives it that direction. If it's a house or something static, then everything goes from top to bottom. You know, so you want all your aging to drip, because that's the way gravity is pulling it. You know, so you do think about those kinds of things. I always call it visual storytelling. You know, so you know, everything you do on this tells a little story. It tells the story of where it got, you know, where it got hit by an asteroid, or where it got shot, or where the aging on it, you know, it flying through space just ripped everything off. The engines are very dirty because you know, a lot of carbon coming from those engines.
Yeah.
This actually has lights in it. I go over a little bit on how to do lights. There's a little engine light you can kind of see coming out there.
Do you go over
And there's
that
cockpit
in
lights.
In the DVD
Yep.
as well?
Yep, cover all of it,
cool.
start to finish.
It's like everything.
Yeah, and this is a napkin drawing model. So I not only go through how to build the model, but how to design it, and the kinds of things that we think about while we're designing on the fly. Because we do a lot of that. You know, even on a movie like Star Wars, you might get a drawing of a spacecraft, and only part of it is shown in the drawing. You know, maybe it's only the side, and you get to decide as the artist, as the model maker, how the back is going to look, how the top is going to look, all these things that aren't in that piece of artwork. And that is very exciting, but it's also a lot of pressure. You know, so, you know, we do a lot of designing while we're working, and it's very important to keep up the pace. So, yeah, yeah.
So do you have like vacuum forming in here as what, like you were talking about
Yes.
it, but
So
where do you buy a vacuum former?
Yeah, well, that's the really cool thing. I do have there's a Stan Winston School class that shows how to build a big vacuum forming machine.
Okay.
But I also have on YouTube, we could play it now. I have a video that shows how to do your own vacuum former for under $100.
No.
Yep, in less than 1 hour. Yeah, and that's actually a supplement to the DVD. Because I go over vacuum forming, and that's one of the feedback things that I got from the people who bought the DVD. They said, you know, how do I do vacuum forming? I don't have a vacuum former. They're very expensive, and I wanted to make sure anyone buying this DVD had a way to do vacuum forming if they wanted to do it.
That is awesome. So how much does like a vacuum former run if you decided to go down to Home Depot and buy one?
Yeah, you can't buy one from Home Depot. They're so specialized. You can only buy them on the internet,
Okay.
or mail order of some kind, and they're usually in the thousands. You know, they're very expensive. I've never actually had to buy one because I've always built them, and I have ones that I've built that are really tiny, medium-sized, and very large for doing armor. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Yeah, let's play
Let's go ahead and play the video.
Yeah. Check that out.
So, yeah.
Hi there, I'm Fawn Davis, and ever since I came out with my introduction to professional model making DVD, I've had a lot of requests for how to build a vacuum forming machine. So instead of getting into like the really intensely industrial vacuum forming machines we use here at the studio, I thought I'd come up with one that was just really simple, that you can make with readily available things that you can get from local stores or online. What we've got, this is just an electronics project box, and we've drilled a bunch of holes in the top, and we've put a weather seal around this. This will disintegrate. You might want to invest in some kind of heavier duty stuff, or you could just replace this frequently. And then we just duct taped it to seal it and attached it to a 1 horsepower vacuum. So nothing special. Again, very easy to do. We just drilled a hole in the side, and we were using the duct tape as a gasket to create a good seal in there. There's a lot of vacuum, so it's not really critical that it's airtight. And then for your patterns, you know, these are real easy to make. This one here is just made out of plaster. You can take plaster of Paris and you can sand it and shape it very easy. It's a very good material. This is medium density fiberboard, which is very good for making vacuum form patterns out of. And this is just pieces of styrene over the top to create some interest. And this is a nightlight. We just filled the back so it doesn't collapse when the vacuum pulls down over the top of it. So what you want to do is you just put your part on there. And this is talcum powder inside a rag with a rubber band on it. And you just kind of powder your part, and that helps keep it from sticking to your plastic. So that's the vacuum side of the project. The next piece of the puzzle is the frame that holds the plastic. What I've used here is just a standard picture frame that's hinged, and you remove all the glass and the cards from the inside of it. And it's a good idea to save one of these cards because you can actually use it to put on your styrene to mark out the size and shape of your plastic. So, and this is just a standard polystyrene. This is a 0.02 thickness, 0.02 inches thickness. And we just stick that in there. And I've used some balsa wood here just to kind of create some strength so we don't collapse the picture frame there when we grab it with this clip. Basically, that's all it takes to hold the plastic. And then we can take this and we'll put it into just a standard toaster oven. We're going to set this on broil. And we'll want to put on some gloves for this part. You do not want to burn your hands. So these are just some nice thick leather gloves. I will say this is a good time to mention that this is definitely not something for children, and this is something you should do if you're familiar with all these things, because you can burn yourself. There are some safety issues here. You should also be aware of how to use tools and things like that. So this is not recommended for everybody. It's recommended for people who are familiar with tools and just want to learn how to vacuum form. So we're just going to hold this in here underneath the heating element, making sure not to touch the heating element with the plastic. And what you're looking for is you want this to sag down about the same height as the pattern that you have in your vacuum former. And it could take a little while. You may want to preheat your oven. That will help heat the plastic a little faster. See, it's drooped down just about as low as the pattern is high. That's the perfect time to pull it out. All right, here we go. Perfect pull. So there you go. And it's as easy as that. Happy vacuum forming.
So that was actually on YouTube. You made a shell.
Yes.
That is awesome.
Yep. Yeah, that was actually our solution to people who said, your DVD is great, but I don't have a vacuum former. So again, that's like under $100, under 1 hour to make. We tested it by giving it to someone who doesn't make things for a living, one of our production assistants who works in the office.
So someone like me.
I just gave them all the parts and I said, here's what you do. And he actually made it in under an hour. And that's the vacuum former I demonstrate in that video. That video isn't one of the, it's not a clip from the DVD. The DVD has much better production value, but I got so excited about that particular thing because I wanted to introduce that to people who watch my educational material and give them that tool to really be able to make anything they want. You know, that's always been my goal. I just want people to be able to do anything they want, and then I want to see all the cool stuff.
So you're saying that, you know, with that shell, I could make 2 of them and just walk around as a mermaid and, you know.
Absolutely, yes. You might want a bigger shell.
Yeah, maybe a little bit. A little bit bigger.
Yeah. So that's yeah. So that's there.
Turtle.
That's awkward turtle.
Awkward turtle.
Anyway, so that's on YouTube if you want to check it out again. And of course, if you want to learn much more than that. The DVD, it's a really great deal.
So yeah, 3 DVDs for $50. Normally about $70. Was 68?
Yeah, $68 on Amazon.com. So
$50 right now, only tonight, while we're live. You guys should totally do it. This stuff seems so much fun. I want to go home and I want to go make stuff. This is like, I mean, this looks so good, and I'm standing like 2 feet from it.
Yeah,
and I'm just like this. I mean,
yeah, this is 5 days. 5 days
it's
to do
just
that.
like, it looks so good. It looks so good.
You could use it in a movie, or you could put it on a shelf above your fireplace.
Yes. Sounds like a good place to put a spaceship.
On your desk at work. Shall I go on?
Yes,
No. Anyway,
please.
So yeah, no, it's yeah. I can't. I know I've said it like 3,000 times probably in the last hour, but it is a lot of fun. It's just great to be able to just take whatever idea you have, whatever creativity that's in your brain, and just do it, or to just watch it. I'm still very surprised that a lot of people do just watch it, like a how it's made kind of show.
It seems really interesting.
Yeah, and I've heard numerous times that. People have come back, because I'll do conventions and stuff like that, and they'll come back to my booth the next year and they'll say, yeah, I put your DVD in because I was going to watch like a couple minutes of it, and then I couldn't stop and I was stuck at my TV for 4 hours. Thanks. Thanks for taking 4 hours away from me. But it was fun.
Thanks for making learning fun. Darn.
Yeah. So yeah, it is. It's somehow fascinating. I made the DVD, and you'd think I would be like completely bored with all of it. And sometimes I'll stick it in and get stuck watching it. I'm like, this is kind of cool. Awesome. And I do this for a living. So yeah, I think it's a lot more fun than most people realize.
Cool.
Yeah.
Cool. So, guys, DVDs. These are great. I'm seriously, I'm going to get some, and I'm going to go home tonight, and I'm probably going to be binge watching famous Fawn Davis over here making things all night till probably like 7, 8. Wait, how many hours did you say that was?
Total?
Yeah.
Well, it's like 4 hours, over 4 hours, over 4 hours. That's 8 hours, and that's another 2 hours. So, you know, that's like 10. Is that just 10 hours? I think it's more than that.
Lots of popcorn.
Yeah.
And lots of like soda.
And foam core, lots of foam core.
Lots of foam core.
What do you do with foam core? I'm going to go ahead and show just a couple. We got a couple minutes, so I brought a piece of foam core. And this is, by the way, foam core is an official sponsor of one of the videos. And the reason why is foam core, the brand, is actually higher quality, better for mold making, better for making foam core models. But I will reveal one of our secrets. If you want to practice on something, you can get a foam board at other stores, including Dollar Tree. Has dollar sheets of foam board. And I wouldn't recommend it for mold making, and I wouldn't recommend it for professional grade work, but it's inexpensive. It's a great way to practice foam core model making.
Okay.
So I've actually got a...
Where do you get the blades?
This is actually an Excel blade. They also sponsored one of our videos, so I've got a lot of them. But yeah, you can just buy them at hobby shops. You could buy them at hardware stores. You can buy them online. I actually buy...
X-Acto just as good?
X-Acto is just as good, yeah. Yeah. we use Excel because we have friends over at Excel. This is actually a dull blade. That's something you'll learn in my DVD. Never use a dull blade. So I of course brought some spares.
Here. Show towards the-
So I'm just going to put that in the knife and tighten that up. Anyway,
It's all nice
so
and shiny.
yeah, the trick to cutting foam board is is throwing your ruler on the floor. No, actually, so the trick is, say I want to cut an 1.5 inch piece, so I'll actually just take the knife and cut it. This is one of those professional tricks, because what you want to do when you're doing professional model making is you want to spend as much time making things and not a lot of time looking for stuff. So I just use the knife to mark it. I'm not grabbing a pencil. Okay, so the first cut you do to get through the paper. Okay, now you actually kind of don't even need to straight edge after that because you've got a nice straight line. And then the second cut you do through your foam. And then I'm going to lift this off the table a little bit so I don't cut it. And then the last cut you do through the opposite side of the foam board.
Oh, so 3 cuts for each layer.
Yeah. Now,
Okay.
sometimes you get lucky and you get through it earlier, but I never try to rush that step because what you want is that perfect cut where you don't have a lot of foam torn up and stuff like that, because that just makes you look like an amateur. If you want to rush through it and do it that way, that's your call, but I would never want to put that in front of Steven Spielberg, right?
Yeah,
So,
not a good idea.
and then I like to use a square. I don't have one with me, so I'm just going to eyeball this, but one of the cool things you can do, this is one of my favorite tricks. If the foam core, here, this is a, I'm just going to cut off a little piece of this, and I'll show you why here in a second. And these again, these are all the pro tricks. I've learned a lot of these from a lot of really great model makers. I didn't come up with all this. I never claimed to have created these techniques, but you can actually use the foam board to mark the width of the piece of foam board. So then you don't ever get that measurement wrong because you're actually using the part to cut the line you want.
Wow, that is awesome.
Yeah. So that's
gosh.
just one of those things. So you know,
I
and then
would
what
not
I'm
have thought of that.
what I'm going to do here is I've just cut into the paper on all 3 of these. I'm going to go ahead and cut this at a little angle. I'm going to be careful not to cut through the other side. I'm just going to do the same over here. And what I'm trying to do is just cut out a little wedge. I have to be careful. If I cut all the way through this, then this whole trick doesn't work. But now I can turn this into a corner, and on the outside, you have a pretty clean cut. I actually accidentally went through it because I'm rushing for you guys. It's for you because I don't want you to sit here and watch me all night. But yeah, you can see how quickly
cool.
you can do, you
Oh
know,
my gosh, that's.
cut. Now you don't have to glue it.
So is that how you make like curves? Is you make little notches and you cut things out so that you can form
Yeah,
the board
yeah. So
into
a curve, yeah, curve. That's a good question. So the curves, you just cut a series of lines. I usually also use a
Look at him
square
doing
for this,
all fast.
but that allows you, and then you pop all those, and it allows you to come up with a bend in the foam
cool.
core. So you can do a nice turn. Obviously, I
That's
need a
awesome.
bunch more of those, but that's why you got to do those ones pretty fast.
Well, cool. Well, again, guys, 3 DVDs, $50. It is a amazing value. Normally about 70, 68, 95 or something like that. 3 amazing DVDs, 10 hours of footage, like awesome.
Yeah, behind the scenes stories, technique. You could watch it for fun. You could watch it to learn how to be a model maker. So that's like a curve. Yeah, and you could do, it's amazing actually what you can do with a piece of board, you know. And it looks great because these things, definitely wash your hands when you do this too, because when you have a model and it's a nice white model like this, it just presents really, really well. It looks very, very clean, very professional, and it's a really, really great way to convey a design. If you're trying to sell a design, you know, we have a lot of clients that'll just have us make architectural models for them still, especially if it's in a phase where they want to sell the idea. We'll build prototypes and we'll make sure they look really nice. People want to make movies. A lot of times we'll do a couple character sculpts. We'll do a couple environments or whatever. And when you take a model and you put it on a conference room table at a meeting, that meeting changes. The entire atmosphere, the entire attitude of everyone in the room changes because everyone's now huddled around these beautiful models and they get very excited about your project. So it's a very, very good way to sell things as well because people respond to three-dimensional objects. You know, if I show you a picture of this spaceship, it's not going to be as cool as actually seeing the real thing sitting on a conference table, and I'm going to sell you that spaceship. So that's the idea, you know. It's a really great tool for sales. It's a really great tool for visual effects. It's a really great fun thing to learn about. Maybe you just want to learn about model making so you could hire model makers and know what they're talking about. I don't know.
Hey,
but
the more you know.
$50.
$50, 3 DVDs, an amazing deal. Guys, get it now. Shop XSN tonight. Do it.
Yes, buy it.
Buy it.
Thanks for hanging out.
Bye, guys. Thanks for watching. We'll see you next time. That was really cool. That was really cool.